developed, it is flourishing, and to witness firsthand this landmark trade deal up close. IGF, you will know, has been there every step of the way. And so, as always, there is a lot for us to fit in today. And so I'm delighted to welcome my co-host today, Mark Barton, who's going to kick us off with a conversation with the Right Honourable Peter Kyle, Secretary of State for Business and Trade. Welcome.
Hi. Good to see you. I'm behind you. You go in the centre.
Okay.
Lovely. I gather you've got a hard out at past. Is that true? Or is it 31? Or is it 32?
Let's see. If somebody starts jumping up and down.
All right. I'll push it as much as I can.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
No,
it's lovely to chat to you at the start of this fantastic event, and for getting the deal over the line. Well done to you and your predecessors, and we'll speak to Minister Goyal in a moment. Yeah. Tell us how you got it over the line, because it was touch and go. Let's be honest, it was touch and go in the weeks up to it. We heard about steel, we're not quite there. I know the leaders went to Evian and they had a chat. What got it over the line?
Well, determination, and the fact that we've always accepted a premise since the start of negotiations that this is a deal with mutual benefit. And when it benefits both countries, but also not just in a transactional way for each of our countries, but also it contributes towards the resilience of both of our countries, but it's also part of a broader partnership. So when it is also about deepening the diplomatic relationships, but also the security relationships, don't forget we're also doing tech work together now as two nations. We're also doing defensive work between the two nations, and the strengthening relationship diplomatically. You start to see that trade obviously is a crucial part of it. So the fact that it was part of a sort of comprehensive repurposing of the relationship between Britain and India, led by our two leaders. It matters when the two leaders are so committed to something and that their rapport and relationship is so good. Then that certainly does put a rocket up of us when you come to barriers. But when it comes to the bits at the end of any deal, by definition, as you'd expect, the broad, easy wins are dispensed with quite easily. And then as you get towards the end, it is always those outstanding issues. So
we shouldn't read too much into the steel. Can we get into steel? I mean, it might be a bit dull, but it matters because steel was holding it up. And we heard from your officials that the steel talks and the FTA are separate tracks. Given the timing, was that real? Was steel separate? Did you do a deal?
Steel. So look, there are always different issues for different countries in trade deals, obviously. The thing that's great about the opportunity between India and Britain is how complementary the economies are. We're not going into two economies that are identical. We're going into two. The whole purpose of this, and you all know this in the room more than anyone. But the growth, the Bangalore and the sort of tech sector you have there, the ability to manufacture, the complementary nature of that tied with Britain's sort of innovation culture and having 4 of the top 10 universities in the world, the educational exchanges, all of these things mean that we're complementary. We add up to more than the sum of our parts when we work together in a really joined up way. Now, when it comes to issues like steel and other issues, these are issues where each country will have things which are politically, economically, or in terms of resilience, challenging domestically. And they're not always shared issues, but there will be the equal issue in a different sector within the country that you're dealing with. And you have to come together and accept that you are going to have to make concessions that you're going to have to go back and explain to your people, but also explain the overall benefits of the deal.
So concessions were made on steel?
All the way through any negotiations with another country, there's going to be give and take. If there's not, don't even start the process of having a trade deal. Just don't even start if you're not willing to go back and deliver tough messages to your own people in return for the overall benefits that will come from it. If you're not willing to do that, then really don't start, because these are, I'm sorry that Piyush isn't here. I know he's on his way.
I'm hoping he might join us, fingers crossed.
I love, we get on extraordinarily well, we both fight for national interest, but also accept that national interest is delivered by working together. And you have to do those two things simultaneously. And it's not always easy. And there are snagging points. And there are times where you have to use the relationship you have in order to have frank conversations and explain the world as you see it and the challenges you have, but put a lot of effort into understanding the challenges that your counterpart has.
Can we talk about the just political backdrop? I'm not going to delve into the tough week we've had, and well done, by the way. I watched you a lot on Sunday morning. You were put out in front of the UK media, and I think you did brilliantly.
Thank you.
And that seems to be the view of all the commentators. You did absolutely fantastically.
Thank you.
That was no easy task as a communicator.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah. Seriously, if you watch some of those interviews on Sunday, that was not an easy task. So whether you volunteered or you were pushed.
I wasn't pushed.
You weren't pushed. Well done. I want to just talk, though, about the backdrop, because you inherited a deal negotiated by 4 British prime ministers. You came into the role last September. Does that turnover of leaders, does it cost Britain in negotiations when it comes to credibility, negotiating leverage, or simply time? What does that turnover cost when you're negotiating some very important deals like this?
Well, always in these issues, and I wish more often in politics in general that people would look at what is actually delivered, because sometimes you do an interview, particularly when it comes to America. Let's just use the American example, because there is so much rhetoric and there is so much colour coming out of President Trump's social feed as well as the administration itself, that when you do an interview, I am always asked about the rhetoric and so little asked about the actual transactions. So at the exact same time that we delivered beef and pharmaceuticals in the run up to Christmas over the line, in every interview I was asked, well, it's not going very well, is it? Because President Trump is saying horrible things about you on the social media. And I'm like, well, hang on a sec, we've just got beef over the line and pharmaceuticals. So we're always making progress with the actual deal. And in a world where actually there is so much rhetorical disruption happening, I think we really need to be more disciplined in focusing on what actually happens. Trade around the world has increased, not decreased. So the talk about globalization being over is just not true. The nature of relationships is changing. But if globalization is based on trade, then it is increasing, not decreasing. And trade will always find a way. I mean, tariffs coming out of the US have not actually depressed the exchange of goods and services around the world. But the routes that trade is taking is changing. The nature of who is buying more and who is selling more is changing. But overall, the world is trading more today than it ever has done in the history of humankind.
You're suggesting, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, that the fact that we're going to have a 7th prime minister in a decade, that shouldn't derail any part of the relationship between the UK and India, and Indian investors should trust that this UK policy will hold. If you're an investor in the room, you're from India, this turnover of leaders, am I able to trust that the deal will hold? That's what I want you to say.
Yes, you are, 100%. Am I saying it's ideal? No, I'm not. I mean, I'm really not. And one of the things that the project in politics that I fought so hard for is to return stability to our politics, our policy, and our economic planning as a nation. Now, we have done a huge amount on that front. And when it comes to the industrial strategy, you have 10-year certainty. When you have these trade deals, they endure. And these are the things that will bring stability to our relationship with India and the dependency that India can have on Britain, the reliance, in other words, on and predictability that will come into the trading relationship the businesses can explore. But am I proud of the fact that we've had 7 leaders in 10 years? No, of course I'm not. Are we trying to slow the impact that populism has had on Britain and our politics? Yes, we are. Have we made progress on it? Yes, we really have. But what we haven't been able to do is stop it dead in its tracks. And we came into office after a period of extreme disruption in Britain. Huge volatility in voter intentions and the impact, the relationship that communities have with politics, and who certain communities are turning to express their politics. But we have been able to make a lot of progress. The economy is now far more stable than it has been ever since the run-up to Brexit. The industrial policy now set for the long term, and these essentials will endure, and I believe will be the bedrock from which we will build a far more stable political settlement into the future. But as you've seen with the governing party, the Labour Party, we're going to change leader, but those core economic principles are going to endure. So what you have enjoyed about this government, well, that is going to continue.
There are still a few concerns about the deal itself. From our side, IP protection, regulatory barriers, visa rules, social security provisions. Any one of those you want to address really quickly? Just give us a flavour of, are we addressing those concerns?
So yes, so with IP and so forth, there's been huge progress. But just look at what this deal does. You all know that this deal, whether it's automotives, whether it's through to pharmaceuticals, whether it's right the way through to goods and services, has made huge, from whiskey, huge opportunities now for trading right across. I mean, it's well over like 95% of goods that trade are now going to benefit from this deal. And then you go into other areas of the deal, which is about IP and some of the other areas that I know that people that are relying on, and we've made a lot of progress in those areas too. But these deals and the burgeoning diplomatic relationship that we have, these are all the foundations from which you move forward. It's never job done. I mean, the thing that's always exercised me about this isn't that we have these big moments where you sign the deal and then you sign the implementation of the deal on the 15th of July, it's going to go live. But the thing that's always exercised me the most is this now needs to be fully utilised by businesses. And that's the point of meetings like this. It's the point of the JETCOs. It's the point of the delegations that are coming over and it's the importance of having Minister Goyal coming over. Myself now having been there twice just this year alone. These are really important that we do everything we can to exploit all of these opportunities. And if we can get momentum into that, show it works, then of course we can then start building on it in a really rapid fashion. With the economic prosperity deal we signed with America, about 6 months later, when President Trump came to visit, we then signed the tech partnership deal. We negotiated that in 4 months, and it led to £300 billion worth of commercial activity between the two territories. So we can use these deals as springboards into others. And the relationship that I have with Piyush and the relationship that we have now between our two governments, I think there is a direction of travel that's really optimistic.
As you've mentioned President Trump, and I didn't bring it up, he brought his name up twice.
He is slightly unignorable.
I feel obliged, just really quickly, because we're running out of time, I've got a few more. I want seriously, a sentence will do. We've got the UK-US deal for May 2025, and actually it isn't legally binding yet. There are tech components which have been suspended. Yeah. President Trump did warn last month, like you said in those tweets, it can always be changed. Where are we, really quickly?
Well, again, so this goes straight back to the point I made at the beginning. You've quoted me something he said, but what has he done? There is not one single bit of the deal that we've negotiated with America, that has been changed.
Good.
None of it has not been has been honoured. Every single time we have signed a deal with America, it has been honoured.
So it's legally binding yet or not?
Well, even when, not all of it, but large parts of it. And the tech partnership, for example, is unleashed huge amounts of collaboration and mutual benefit. As I said, the value of that tech partnership is £300 billion worth of commercial activity between the two territories. And again, these deals benefit America hugely. America has trade surplus with Britain. We're not the issue that they are articulating they have with other territories. But let me just say this about trade deals. They are tough negotiations. And I can see lots of people who I'm sitting there, including our wonderful ambassador and team, who are nodding wisely and sagely and with experience. But also, when it comes to, we use every tool in the box. And America is very, very good at suddenly things are emerging into the British media about things being paused, or I might well do this, and suddenly the British media are doing the negotiating for America. Because I'm doing a news interview and they're saying, you're not doing this because President Trump is threatening to take this. Are you going to do it? Are you going to stop it? And then suddenly, the areas of the economy that are being talked about, I then get representative bodies for that sector having a go at me. So this is very clever. But let's be really clear about what is happening here. You'll get one Truth Social post, then you get the British media telling a sector of the British economy to be worried, then you get the British sector of that economy contacting me saying they are worried to try and put pressure on me to give them something, and the other way round. This is how this stuff works. And all these different, all these concerns are genuine. All the reporting is honest, but let's be really clear, and I wish people would understand how some of these things work.
Taking all that into account, are we closer to a signing, dotting the I's and crossing the T's?
All of it is active, and all of it is being, there's a few parts of it which are yet to be activated, but that deal, I mean, just take automotive. Take steel, take automotive, these hugely important parts of those deals, they're all active and they're all being implemented and being exploited. There is no question that some of our large manufacturers of automotive products in this country, they would have been fundamentally challenged. Tens and tens of thousands of jobs relied on that deal, and I tell you, a total credit to having been in the room with the Prime Minister, Starmer, when he was negotiating in lots of different circumstances, having been in the room with him with President Xi, with President Trump, with Prime Minister Modi, you see real steadfast, empathetic, but determined negotiation. And I think a lot of people would have gone into that room in those very early days because all behaviour is normalised. All behaviour is normalised over time. You get used to it. But you go back to the very beginning of Trump 2, and then you're the first leader to go into that environment, the first leader to go into that Oval Office experience, and to come out of that, and on steel, was really quite something which will be a legacy that I'll be very proud of for eternity.
Two more questions, because I know you've got to go. What's your message to Minister Goyle? Because I don't think your paths are going to cross. Well, send him a letter. Send him a message. Take a few minutes. Where are you? Why weren't you here?
No, I know why he's not here.
Beyond that, I know. He's just landed.
I know. He's making a point that he represents a seat in Mumbai, and he's complaining about our traffic in London. It's quite something. And the heat, yeah.
So what's the message you want us to pass on to him?
Well,
I know you have easier ways of speaking, but via us.
Firstly, you must pass on my affection for him, and he will know just how much affection that I have for him, and I think it is reciprocated. When we had the implementation deal over the line last week, the conversation that we had after that was completed was really quite moving. He is one of the most effective, insightful, knowledgeable, and experienced ministers that there is. But he also has a heart of gold, and is a very, very generous counterpart that I have huge regard for. But I think he would, I suspect, share my belief that this is the beginning. Something that frustrates me in this job is how much time I have to spend mitigating negatives. And because of the strangeness of the world that we're in, those negatives are usually self-inflicted. So, for example, tariffs, we should be at a moment where there is global competitiveness of an unknown proportion when it comes to certain areas like AI and other high-growth, life science-based technologies. Britain and America working together is a no-brainer. So why it's frustrating that we spend like a third of our time talking about mitigating damage from, well, they wouldn't say damage, but mitigating the effect and impact of tariffs when we should spend 100% of our time about getting ahead of the race in life sciences and biotech and climate tech and health tech and getting ahead of the race for AI and staying ahead, but crucially staying ahead in the race for commercializing all this innovation. With the EU at the minute, with some fantastic opportunities. We have, for example, on the continent of Europe, we don't have a single $1 trillion company. America has a dozen, Taiwan has one, Japan has two, China has some in its own system. On the whole continent of Europe, we don't have a single $1 trillion company, and all of the wealth that's generated from it, the jobs that are generated from it, the innovation. And don't forget that values are baked into companies. Values are baked into products and services. So I want European companies of that size and influence with European values baked into it. But these are the things that will only come if we're working together in a really collaborative way, and we're taking away barriers to making it happen. Well, the deal that we've just got across the line with India, just look at the barriers that are removed. It's not just tariff barriers, it is also non-tariff barriers, the sharing of data, but the use of technology in order to smooth the way for trade and sharing of data, having legal underpinnings for IP. These are the sorts of things that aren't just going to make trade more profitable, it's going to make trade swifter. And these are the sorts of things that start to lead to the circumstances where these sorts of companies can start emerging. And wouldn't it be incredible if that first $1 trillion company is a partnership between a British and Indian company? I don't see why these sorts of things aren't possible in the age that we are living in. But it's going to end up being the country and the countries partnering that make a determined effort to make it happen. It won't happen by accident.
I've been told to wrap up really, really, really quickly in a word. This is a naughty one, but we'll squeeze it in. Has Andy Burnham tapped you on the shoulder and said, "You're okay, you'll still be business secretary next year"?
Why would I say this out loud with a microphone on? I mean, why would I say this?
I had to try.
What I will say is I hope people can always detect my sheer enthusiasm for this job. Enthusiasm for giving voice to businesses in Britain, but also around the world that are now benefiting from the deals that we have. My sheer excitement about the potential that the world has right now, and every single second that I've been in this job has been the privilege of a lifetime. And do I want to see some of the things I got off the ground through? Of course I do. Of course I do. Why? Because of the energy that I get from rooms like this.
I hope to be sitting next to you this time next year.
So do I.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you so much, Peter Parr. Ben?
It's an important question to ask, Mark. Thank you very much. So while we wait for the Minister, who is in traffic, he is on the way here, I want us to start our conversations today. We heard they're a great way to kick off our day, because so many of the conversations we have on this stage today will be aligned around the same theme of how we turn those words and those platitudes into real action. How do we make a difference on the ground? Because that UK-India trade deal has generated a lot of political energy. But of course, we know that talk and action are two very different things. And so in our next session, I want us to focus on how we turn that goodwill and diplomacy into real capital flows, and crucially to do so at scale. And our next guest is really well placed to answer that. He's been at the cross-section of sovereign finance, multilateral lending, and institutional banking, from the UK Treasury to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and then to HSBC. And so please join me in welcoming Sir Danny Alexander. Take a seat. Nice to see you, Danny.
Thanks
Thank
very
you
much.
for
Great to
being
be
here. Take a seat. There's plenty for us to talk about, and I want to start with the issue I mentioned now. I mean, you've come at this from three very distinct angles. You've got a lot of experience in this field. I mean, whether that's sort of government, multilateral institutions, and now a big global commercial bank. What do each of those perspectives tell you about the nature of the UK-India relationship right now?
Well, the government I was part of back in 2010, 2015, have been working to develop and improve the trading relationship between the UK and India for many, many years. And I really want to start by congratulating Peter Kyle, Piyush Goyal, and all those who worked on the trade deal, because it really is a significant achievement, and it represents an enormously strong bilateral relationship and an enormous economic opportunity. India is the fourth largest economy in the world. It's already a major destination and also conduit for international capital flows. The UK is projected to remain the sixth largest economy in the world, and it means that corridor between India and the UK is an incredibly important one. HSBC's, I think, kind of well placed to see this. We bank around 50% of the UK companies who are active in India. We support about 12% of UK-India trade. We enable two-way flows, as India remains also the second largest FDI investor into the UK. At HSBC, we celebrated our 160th anniversary last year. That's 160 years in India. So working to develop and build those relationships. And I would say that you see an incredibly broadly based opportunity. So now I am leading HSBC Infrastructure Finance and Sustainable Finance, and I think that's an area where we see very significant opportunities in terms of, if you like, the green economy. You know, India is deploying renewable energy at enormous pace and enormous scale. It's targeted 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel-based power by the end of the decade. I think projected to significantly exceed that goal. And you know, when you look at the activity around renewable energy, around renewables, green hydrogen, gigafactories, EVs, low carbon steel, you see a very wide range of opportunities in areas where both the UK and India have very important capacities and equities to deploy.
So one of the key issues of this trade deal, of course, is turning that into action. There's a lot of conversations about identifying the opportunities. There's another conversation then about where those opportunities can be scaled. How do we turn those words into action? And I suppose it's a simple question, but it's a big question, is, you know, how do we make this move the needle on the ground?
I mean, I rather agreed and also sympathised with Peter Kyle's comments earlier, having also served as a minister in the UK, which is that you sign something and people expect instant results. Yeah. And the truth is that the material changes in investment and in business activity will build over time, right? That's the nature of this kind of agreement. I think the UK estimates that UK exports to India could rise by about 60% over a multi-year period. But this is providing a very clear kind of green light for investment decisions into India, but it takes time for companies to move from that to actually working on the specific opportunity and then deploying. But we are seeing early concrete action already happening. For example, HSBC in the UK, we're helping to turn the deal into action. We're sponsoring a roadshow with the Department for Business and Trade, Peter's department, across all four nations of the UK, going on right now, actually, which is to explain the deal, to build clarity, to build confidence, to make connections so that businesses understand what the opportunity is. Signing the deal is just the start. A lot of hard work went into it, but you can't sit back and relax when that's done. That's just the start of how do you go out and explain to businesses there are new opportunities, there are barriers that have been reduced, that the Indian market is one that is growing fast, that has very sound regulation, very sound financial policies that give investors the level of certainty that we're looking for. And I think, you know, for HSBC, we've seen that for years. We've seen that improving over many years. Our bank in India is supporting many clients in India also across some of the sectors that I mentioned. And so. And Peter Kyle talked about some of the sectors, but the deal does improve investment prospects in those areas. So I think that if at least as much work goes into explaining and propagating the benefits of the deal as went into negotiating it over many years, then you will see that investment and the capital that's flowing build over time.
And in the conversations that you're having, be it on this roadshow or elsewhere, what is the primary concern? What are people still worried about?
Well, I think the first thing is it takes time to build understanding, right? So all investors, companies are concerned about risk and risk reward, and what's the balance between the two. And so the first thing to say is the trade deal changes that balance in certain respects, and so explaining that is important. For investors, it takes time to understand the certainty of a particular market, what they can really get, what are the returns that they can earn, and I mean, I think in a way that's where also the experience of organisations who have been working in India for a long time can be quite instructive, because likes of HSBC, other companies here, we can share our experience, we can share our understanding of the market. It's also a market that's evolving very fast. It's changing very fast. It's growing very fast. I mentioned the energy sector as one example. We talk about the pathway to net zero and deployment of renewable energy in the UK, and that's a very important direction for the UK economy. The pace and scale of that in India has to be seen to be believed. I was there earlier this year. I was visiting companies who are investing in renewable energy, also companies who are developing solar panel manufacturing in India. I mean, that's gone from a really nascent industry to a large-scale opportunity in India over the course of 1 or 2 years. And so understanding those developments and those opportunities, you have to take time to do that as a British company. But I also know from our client base in the UK that we see many British companies who have the skills, the knowledge, that they're working in the sectors and the industries, including finance, but across the real economy, that are going to be really important to support those directions in India and take advantage of those opportunities.
Here we are in the City of London, and it's 10 years ago this week, wasn't it, that the UK voted to leave the European Union. And since then, the City of London has been trying to sort of fight for its place as a financial centre. I wonder what role India plays in that as well. And is that maybe the missing piece of this jigsaw, that actually India could play a bigger role in securing the UK and certainly the City of London's place on the global stage?
I mean, the City of London remains one of the world's most important financial sectors, financial centres. But I would say that I think your point is absolutely right, that India can be a cornerstone of the continuing global relevance because of the two-way flows around trade, around capital markets, wealth, corporate expansion. The city has very deep pools of capital, risk management expertise. Sustainable finance is an area, transition finance is an area where I think London and the UK really leads. There's a big need for those kind of capacities in India. I think a very concrete opportunity is Gift City in India as an international financial gateway. HSBC, we're a top 3 bank in Gift City with about 11 billion in total lending since 2021. With 40 plus products available across 350 clients. So Gift City and the banks who are there can provide a bridge between global pools of capital and Indian assets and Indian markets. So the creation of Gift City was a very important innovation for India. I think that can also provide a bridge for the City of London and India. So again, making those connections really strong and deep is an opportunity that flows from the trade deal and flows from the bilateral relationship. It is also an enormous opportunity for the City of London.
And we're going to hear from Gift City directly a little later today as well, it's worth saying.
Well, I'm glad to have given a plug
yes,
in that case
absolutely.
in advance.
Yeah. I mean, if you talk about some of the numbers there, and just looking at them, India needing $2 trillion of infrastructure investment by 2030. I think it's fair to say thus far, be it insurance capital, UK pension capital, has been notably absent, I think is probably the way of putting it. Why, and how do we address that? How does that change?
So I think the first thing to say is that India has deep and liquid local capital markets, right? So as India's seen growth and development and investment, drawing on local capital markets obviously is very important. But as India grows, and again, I talk about the area I know best, which is energy transition and investment. The need for international capital to flow in those sectors is only going to increase. I think the gap is less about appetite or interest. I think it's more about, so you talked about pension funds and insurance companies. There are very specific regulatory requirements for pension funds and insurers in the UK. And so to get the capital from those kind of pools of capital to flow from the UK into India will require the structuring of opportunities that satisfy the regulatory requirements that they have, and that will mean understanding, forming a deep understanding, forming both an understanding of the opportunity at the UK end, and forming an understanding of the regulatory requirements at the Indian end, and working together to ensure that the opportunities are structured in the right way.
We'll continue our conversation in so much as, I suppose my question is, how do we change that in a meaningful way? What the FTA allows us to do, I guess, is to create a structure that becomes a concrete flow rather than an ad hoc deal here and there. And if you look at where the investment is right now, or where it's coming from, certainly the US, the UAE, huge investments into India, the UK maybe still punching below its weight. How does that change in a structural way? How do we identify what those opportunities are? Not ad hoc, but, and to use your example about green infrastructure spending, what moves the needle? I mean, you touch on things like regulation, you talk about things like risk appetite. What is the biggest thing that's holding it back right now?
I think the biggest challenge is what I referred to earlier, which is aligning risk and return and giving long-term investors the certainty that they need about the returns, about the risk that they're taking, that those opportunities are structured in a way that match their regulatory obligations back home. We know that those pools of capital are looking for significant investment opportunities to grow their assets. They want assets that will match the long-term obligations that they have to their policyholders, to their pensioners. I think India is an increasingly appealing market in that space. I think India has been attractive to kind of private equity and that kind of high returning capital for a while, and it's now shifting to bringing in this longer term institutional capital, which is the kind of flow that needs to be developed into India, especially in the infrastructure finance and sustainability space. And I think that's an area where also banks like HSBC can support our clients to find those opportunities. India has institutions which are working hard to shape those opportunities too, in terms of, well, I mentioned Gift City, the central bank. There's an organization called NABFID in the infrastructure space, which is designed to increase the velocity of circulation of capital into infrastructure and create more opportunities for institutional investors. I think those kind of platforms coming together are able to enable opportunities at the scale that we're talking about, and I think you're rightly focused on as the opportunity for the City of London.
And a final thought, if you will, if we're sitting on this stage 5 years from now, what will have changed? What will success look like? What will the ratification of this deal have unlocked in a meaningful way?
So I think success will look like, firstly, in the sectors of focus where barriers have been reduced, that you will see increasing two-way trade in those areas. You'll see UK companies in those sectors active, who haven't been in India before, active in new opportunities, and vice versa. And you will see an increasing flow of capital in both directions. And that will be something which supports both the growth of the Indian economy and the growth of the UK economy. That's the kind of win-win scenario that you want to flow from a deal like this. In kind of my space, I would say that we would see an increasing flow of not just UK, but we're talking about the UK here, but institutional capital into the infrastructure sectors in India, into the energy transition in India. But the trade deal isn't just about financial flows. Yeah. It's also about companies taking opportunities and having the support and the framework necessary to go and deploy their skills and expertise, to sell their goods, to sell their services. HSBC as the principal bank that's operating in that relationship, we're looking forward to supporting our clients to take those opportunities.
It's been good to talk to you this morning, Sir Danny Alexander. Thank you so much. Really good to have you here. Ladies and gents, for Danny Alexander. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
So you may have noticed very silently sliding into the room this morning is the Minister. So, and I know someone who wants to give him a very special welcome is Manoj. So, Manoj, I know you want to formally welcome the Minister. So, Piyush Goyal, very welcome to you. And he needs very little introduction, the man behind India Global Forum. Please welcome Manoj Ladwa.
Remember my password. Thank you ever so much, Ben, and thank you, Mark, as well. Minister Goyal, you were able to negotiate a free trade agreement, but you weren't able to negotiate London traffic. But it's great to have you here. And please give the Minister a very, very warm welcome. Your Excellencies, Mr. Goyal, friends, it's wonderful to see so many familiar faces in the room. And this gathering does feel very special to me. Not only because we are at a very extraordinary time in UK-India relations, but it also marks the 10th anniversary of UK-India Week. 10 years ago, when we launched the very first UK-India Week, we were a slightly smaller gathering with an evolving ambition. And friends, guess who the inaugural speaker was? Yes, Mr. Piyush Goyal. So 10 years on, Piyush, this anniversary belongs to you as it does to the rest of us. A big thank you for your unwavering support, your energy, and your belief in India Global Forum. And thank you to everyone in this room who has been part of our journey. 10 years is a significant milestone. It helps to give us perspective. Over the past decade, the UK-India relationship has moved through ambition, through uncertainty, through negotiation, renewal, but above all now, increasingly through execution. Consider how far we've traveled. When we began, bilateral trade was roughly around 17 billion. Today, it stands nearly at 48 billion. The free trade agreement signed last July enters into force on the 15th of next month. It's projected to increase bilateral trade by a huge £25.5 billion annually. When we began UK-India Week, the relationship was spoken about a future opportunity. There was goodwill, cliches like history. We have the talent, we have the intent, but frankly, there was not enough architecture. Today, a decade later, we stand, thanks to the efforts of Minister Goyal and others, on much, much firmer ground. The architecture is now in place, a comprehensive trade agreement, Vision 2035 as our guiding framework, and deeper institutional memory, and greater clarity, I hope, on both sides. That is what a decade of partnership can deliver, the confidence to move from sentiment to disciplined execution. So it's fitting that we began this 10th edition of UK-India Week, as I was explaining to the Minister, not in London, but in the West Midlands at Warwick University, as part of India's IGF Smarter Regions program. I was going to read Starmer Regions program, but again, Smarter Regions program. National relationships only become real when they're anchored actually locally. Trade agreements are signed by governments, but growth is delivered by regions, by cities, by universities, by investors, and by businesses. That's why we are focused this year on Gujarat, a state whose economy now exceeds $350 billion, and which is home to Gift City, India's gateway to global finance. We will shortly hear from Gujarat's Finance Minister, Shri Kanubai Desai. The future of this partnership is built not only between London and Delhi, but between Birmingham and Gujarat, Manchester and Maharashtra, Leeds, and Karnataka. That is where investment decisions are made, jobs are created, and the long-term partnership take root. So I welcome our friends from India, especially our friends from the FICCI delegation and many Indian business leaders this week. Your presence reflects the growing confidence of Indian enterprise from abroad. Indian companies are now amongst the largest job creators in the UK, nearly 2,000 firms employing over 200,000 people with a combined turnover exceeding £105 billion. They bring capital, support livelihoods, and strengthen supply chains on both sides. The UK-India conversation has changed. For decades, it is framed from one way: investment into India. That remains vital. But today, India is a source of global capital, enterprise, and above all, I believe, capability. Indian companies are expanding internationally, many of which are in this room today. Indian investors are looking outwards. Under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, India has become more confident, more outward-looking, and more determined to shape the global economy. Now, one of the world's largest economies and fastest-growing major economies on a clear trajectory towards the top within the decade. So the question is no longer, how does Britain invest in India? It is now, how do Britain and India build together with capital, technologies, institutions, ambition, flowing in both directions? This morning, we began with serious work, a closed-door session on the geopolitical landscape with Sir Philip Barton, and we've had many roundtables already on education after AI, sovereign AI, clean energy, health security, and $1 trillion capital opportunity. That's not abstract conversations, friends. The insights and relationships forms will feed directly into the wider bilateral relationship, inform policy and business strategy on both sides, and help shape the practical implementation of the FTA and the Vision 2035. At the heart of India Global Forum's mission is a razor-sharp focus on turning dialogues into decisions. We're not here merely to convene. We're here to build trusted platforms that produce relationships, build capital flows, and durable outcomes. Therefore, friends, I'm confident that IGF's UK-India Future Forum, with its distinguished advisory board, will serve as a standing mechanism to match the ambitions of the FTA and Vision 2035, moving us from a series of high-quality conversations to a structured framework for delivery. Some of you will know that in 2017, I led a study on UK-India relations, which we titled UK-India Relations Beyond Brexit, a Winning Partnership. I believed then, and I believe even more strongly today, that Britain and India can be engines of growth, innovation, and importantly, reinvention together. The FTA and Vision 2030 now give us greater predictability. The questions that remain are practical ones. How fast can we move, and at what scale? And with which partners, in which regions, and which frontier technologies? As we celebrate 10 years of UK-India Week, we should be proud of how far we have come, but history will not judge us by what those conversations have said. It will judge us about what friends we build next. The businesses we create, the capital we deploy, the technologies we commercialize, the regions we connect, the jobs we support, and partnerships we sustain through disciplined execution. The frontier, friends, is no longer in a distance. It's here. It's standing before us. The opportunity before us is to shape a genuinely two-partner corridor of capital, innovation, and shared prosperity like never before. So, friends, let me once again extend a very warm, indeed a very hot welcome to all of you on what is a landmark moment for our two great nations. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you very much, Manoj. Let's get onto the stage and introduce, you know who he is. Minister, come and join me. It's our once-a-year chat. Big round of applause. Great to see you. Lovely to see you. Sit in the middle. You're the man in the middle, and you're going to hold that. Is that okay? Great. Minister, this is the Chartered Accountants Hall. Did you all know that? This is the Chartered Accountants Hall. Now, I dug deep because in 1987, somebody sitting on the stage, and it wasn't me, they came second in the entire Chartered Accountancy exam across all of India. So when I found that out yesterday, I thought, why didn't he come first? So A, why didn't you come first? And who did come first?
First of all, thank you, Manoj, for providing this platform and for getting such a lovely group of friends, both from the UK and India, to engage for the 10th edition of the UK Week. Best wishes for the future and for lots of successes. Mark, actually, you've touched a very sore point. I was 4 marks behind the boy who topped. He was a very nice person. I met him afterwards. I didn't know him before that. And during my time, at least the Chartered Accountancy examination had a 1% pass rate. There's only 1% of the kids who would clear that exam. Both stream. We used to have two groups.
Yeah.
Both the groups together. And I was 4 marks behind. And the sad part was that I got the lowest marks in all the subjects in law. And 6 months before that, I had again stood second in the law exam in Bombay University. Yes, second rank is not leaving me.
Yeah. So I shouldn't have brought it up. I had to bring it up.
But then I was very, very, very unhappy. I went to Delhi, to the institute. I literally was fighting with them, saying that I want my marks to be reopened. And the then president of the institute, he's alive even today, KG Somani, if any chartered accountant is here. Dinesh knows KG Somani, I'm sure. Very upright, good gentleman. And he sat me down the whole day, cooled my unhappiness and displeasure, and convinced me, look, you're not going to do a job. It just doesn't matter whether you stand first or you stand second. Even if you open your paper, we'll not change the marks, even if you deserve it, because we don't change rankings in the institute. I said, I'll go to court and get it open. You know, at that age, you're a little aggressive. But by the evening, I realized it doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter. Because probably I was not destined in any case to go down that path beyond a certain stage. And I don't think the success or failure of anybody depends on that particular ranking. It's a youthful enthusiasm. That's about all. End of the day, you learn your lessons in life. You learn that you can't budget traffic times in London, just as you cannot do it in Bangalore. Of course, the Bangalore weather at least would have been better than London. But clearly in life, lessons are learned along the way. Lessons are learned with all these friends in the room here. Their experiences teach us a lot. Their feedback and their effort energizes us. And ultimately, I think what is more important, because we'll always have this competitive spirit, and it's very important. One should always have that competitive spirit. But it should not turn into a competition which is versus. It should be a competitive spirit which is in the interest of greater achievement. And I think in some sense, this UK-India CETA reflects that spirit of serious negotiations, serious hard work over many years, and I don't know, umpteen engagements, physical meetings, video conferences and whatnot. But at the end of the day, both parties coming out as a winner. And I think that's the spirit which I learned very early on in my life. And that has held me in good stead through my life as I've worked in different areas, whether it's running an industry or investment banking or now in government.
We were here a year ago in the QE2 Centre, just weeks before the deal was signed. So, Minister, as we approach July the 15th, when it goes into force, a couple of questions. What does it mean for you personally, and where does it stand in your achievements? Because India's finalised 9 FTAs over the last 3.5 years, and there's a whole lot more coming if you look at the list. So how do you feel personally, and where does it stand amongst those incredible achievements in recent years?
I would not look at each FTA as good or bad or better than the other. I think every trading relationship, every partnership stands on its own legs. An agreement with a small economy like New Zealand has its own value propositions, has its own dynamics. And an agreement with the United States of America has a different story to tell. One thing is for sure that the UK free trade agreement is going to be the most comprehensive agreement that India has entered into so far, which will come into force in July. So it will be the first most comprehensive agreement that India has entered into. It was a great learning experience. As a nation, we have also evolved over the years. We have also been engaging with the developed world with a different mindset in the last few years. The self-confidence of Indian businesses, our ability to compete, our desire to break bread at the high table with countries not at our level of development, but with countries at a much more advanced economic situation, which is where we aspire to be. And as Prime Minister Narendra Modi always tells us, that we should never benchmark ourselves to others at the same level as we are. We have to benchmark ourselves to much, much bigger things in life. We see the United Kingdom Free Trade Agreement as helping our industry also evolve, go up the ladder, compete with businesses in the United Kingdom wherever we compete with them, complement businesses in the United Kingdom where we can work together in global value chains, supporting each other's economy, and together becoming a force multiplier to support the global economy.
You've had a few business secretaries to deal with during the process. I'll say this gently. And there have been a few prime ministers. I'll just say a few. It'll be the 7th in 10 years. But there have been a few prime ministers. I thought, let's look at India. Is there a comparative period? So I did my research, and you'll know this better than anyone. Between 1990 and 1998, including one government that lasted 13 days, this was a very volatile, very, very volatile period because India had 7 changes of prime minister in just 8 years. 7 changes. Yet that was the decade, Minister, where India liberalized its economy and pretty much set the course for everything else that's followed. So looking back, does that turbulence remind you of anything? What are the lessons that maybe we can learn here in the UK? Because we're going through a politically turbulent period.
Well, I wouldn't like to come.
There you go. Try now to speak now. Yeah, you're on. Yeah.
I wouldn't like to comment on the internal local politics of any other country. It's the people who decide in a democracy what they want, what is good for them, who they want, when they want a particular leader. We in India have seen the longest serving democratically elected Prime Minister at a stretch in terms of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Never before in our history, because Prime Minister Nehru got elected in 52. The first few years were just a nomination. And he was there for about a little less than 12 years. Prime Minister Modi has been here for a little more than 12 years continuously. So we've seen tremendous benefits of being a stable political leadership where the mission is clear, ambition is high, stability and predictability is something businesses are always demanding. And I think a decisive leader like Prime Minister Modi brings a lot of value to our growth story. Otherwise, in these turbulent times, we would not be able to turn around and a 7.7% growth in the last year we just closed in March. Clearly indicating our resilience that we have been able to develop, the strength of the macroeconomic fundamentals of the economy. And therefore, I don't think turbulence is necessarily good for politics. Stability certainly helps more. What you are referring to as the most defining period probably needs a little more deeper understanding. We were in serious crisis in 1990. We were almost having a financial breakdown in terms of our foreign exchange reserves. And it was in those circumstances, under pressure from international organizations, that the first phase of liberalization started in 1991. Of course, in your calculation, what you have probably missed out on is that all of those governments were a series of coalition governments, which is not the case in UK, and which is not. Currently, we have a coalition government, but we had 2 terms of full majority, and our coalition is strong and now becoming stronger by the day, bigger and stronger by the day. Every single day, there's another party extending support to the BJP-led NDA. At that time, under those coalitions, a lot of the work that happened only during 91 to 93. Again, as directed by international pressure. After 93, I think the then government chickened out. From 93 to 98, we only saw turbulence. So it's not as if that 9-year, 10-year period, India transformed and became an evolved economy. And when I look back into greater detail, I realized that some of the steps taken were fabulous, very essential for India. But if you don't follow this through and continue down that path, it tends to lose both momentum and value. Whereas after coming into government in 2014, we also inherited a pretty serious situation. We were called a fragile 5 economy in 2014. The world had written us off as one of the 5 weakest economies. So it took us some time to repair the situation, to get back the economy in good shape. A lot of focus went into strengthening systems, bringing more transparency, bringing more or high levels of integrity in government administration and processes. We also faced COVID after that. By the time we were really in a situation to fly, we had COVID. By the time we got over COVID, we had the Ukraine war. And when things were looking at settling down, I mean, now people have almost forgotten that there's a war in Ukraine. We landed up with the West Asia crisis. Despite all this turbulence, if you ask anybody in the country, the last 12 years have been a period of great stability, high growth, work on all the three important elements, huge amount of investments going into infrastructure to create the right ecosystem for growth, huge effort to strengthen our fundamentals of the economy, and a continuous focus, literally from day one, and only getting more aggressive day by day to reform, transform our processes, our procedures, our compliances, bring in much more liberal laws, ensure that businesses get an opportunity to flourish, ensure that people get a better quality of life. And I don't know of a single cabinet meeting when Prime Minister Modi has not implored his whole team to be even much more focused at speed to bring about change in whatever work we are doing, big or small. And I think that is what has changed the mindset of India from a very defensive country to one which is now playing on the front foot and wanting to engage with the best in the world and willing to take on any challenge that may be thrown to us.
Now, Minister, every year I like to try and break news with you. I try and he bats me away. So let's try again, because this year you've actually just had 2 days of chats, the reason why you landed a few minutes ago, with the US trade representative. Before I ask you this question, I did ask Peter Kyle about the UK-US relationship. So I'm not ganging up on you. I did ask him, didn't I? I asked him some questions about the US-UK.
The moment you spoke of a headline, I knew you were coming to the US.
And he said he was the one that actually brought up President Trump twice. It wasn't me, it was him. Anyway, you've been speaking to the US trade representative.
What did he do?
He just brought it up. He brought it up, sorry. He brought up President Trump in a very clever way. Anyway, you've just spoken to the US trade representative for 2 days, which is why you've literally just landed. But no deal was announced. You know where this is going. Tariffs expire on July the 24th. What happens between now and then? Are you going to give me a deal? Give me some breaking news?
So by the way, our deal was done on 6th of February.
Right.
So I don't think that there's any doubt in anybody's mind. It's been confirmed both by the United States and by India. The broad contours were all fixed up at that time. Our teams are working since then to finalize the fine print. And there's always a little give and take. We were on the phone lines with the UK until a few hours before we finally announced entry into force. This is a very routine.
We're close, are we? I mean, how close are we?
We're very close.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, the US ambassador said 99% complete.
Days, weeks?
No, that's done. You're talking in the past tense. You're talking about
but
what
the
days
final dot, the final T and the final I.
I think most people in this room, as I see a lot of business persons realize, that a free trade agreement is basically about getting a comparative advantage over your competitors for market access. That's how I would look at describing a free trade deal. So if in the Indian market, if China has to send some goods and has to pay a 20% duty, and if you have to send goods from UK after the CETA, and you'll pay anything less than 20%. Maybe China is a bad example. Let's say if Israel has to send some goods at 20% and you have to want market access there. Until you get anything less than 20%, it's not good for you. And if you get anything less than 20% in a highly competitive world where costs are by and large controlled by everybody at high efficiency levels, you have an additional chance of being able to do business with India. So it's all about comparative advantage. There were the IEEPA tariffs when we finalized the deal. And we had about 50% tariff on India, right? So we had negotiated that deal based on bringing down that 50% tariff to 18%. And the whole deal was centered around that competitive advantage that we got with 18% over our neighbors and other competing countries. So we were lower than all our neighboring countries, lower than all the ASEAN countries other than Singapore. And that is why the deal was attractive for us. With the Supreme Court striking down the tariffs, and now with the 10% which expires on 24th July, we obviously have to have some reason to be able to enter into force that agreement that we have already agreed upon. And to ensure that we get a competitive advantage over what is being paid by our countries in the same stage of development or with same cost structures as India has. So whether it's Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, China, apart from Bangladesh, Sri Lanka and all our neighbors. And until the framework of getting that competitive advantage can be finalized, we can't enter into force a US deal. So that's broadly the discussions. I don't think I can be more transparent than that. That's broadly the discussions on how the United States will find the appropriate tools and legal backing to give us that competitive advantage over our competition. The day that happens, the deal is on.
Well answered. Come back to the UK. Is this deal the floor or the ceiling? It's been a huge achievement. Is it the floor or is it the ceiling? Where are we when we look at UK-India relations in 5 years?
Well, first of all, UK and India have a relation which goes back many, many years and decades, if not centuries. We've had very strong diplomatic ties in the last 75 years. Over the years, our relationship was more on the geopolitical front, and trade, of course, was also important. But as the years are passing, this partnership with UK is taking many more dimensions. So now we have a very highly strategic partnership, whether it comes to technology, whether it's on investments, whether it's on defense and critical minerals. So we are growing our partnership with several dimensions. Our shared objective to fight against terrorism, our effort to bring global peace and stability, our joint effort in several multilateral fora to bring good practices which will make it equal for all countries to do business in a fair and equitable manner. And therefore, this partnership of two important democracies, the largest and one of the countries which has had a lot of dealings with India for many years, I think we both can share several common interests. We both can complement each other. What UK has to offer can be very useful for our growth imperatives. What we have to offer can help you keep your costs under control, your supply chains moving, and help you reach global markets. Because at your cost structure, it will be impossible to really get into many markets. But when we work collectively, UK and India together, and bring down costs to competitive levels, we can actually capture markets in Asia, in Africa, in Latin America, if not the developed world. So to give you a context, JCB is a British company. It came to India, I think, 30, 35 years ago to make construction equipment. Today, they are amongst the top companies in the world, introducing new products from India and exporting from India to 130 countries. Because at the costs in India, they are competitive and they can compete with anybody in the world, anywhere in the world. Similarly, with UK as the base, a lot of our companies, let's say in the technology sector, can benefit from the levels of development in UK, the markets in and around UK, and grow and expand their businesses from the United Kingdom. So I think it's a partnership between two complementary economies, two growing economies. We understand each other. The mindset has got a lot of similarities. If our businesses leverage the benefits of the CETA well, the sky is the limit. Mr. Ladwa spoke about a £25 billion increase in the next 4 or 5 years. I think that's very modest. If that's the level of increase he had told me that they are projecting, I would never even have bothered to spend so much time on this agreement. I would think our businesses should be ambitious on both sides. And I would beseech all the people in this room and to take this message to all those who are not in this room to seize the moment. And therefore, the choice, whether it's the floor or the ceiling, is not in the hands of governments. I think to a large extent, we've done our job. Our negotiators have done a fabulous job in finalizing a very fair, equitable, and balanced deal. Irrespective if ministers may have changed, I must compliment the UK for continuity in decisions and continuity in following through what was already negotiated.
Yeah.
So there was a continuity throughout the period. There may have been changes in the person heading it. But just like you left behind in India, a bureaucracy which is trained in British model, and you continue to have the same bureaucracy here. The bureaucrats made sure that everything
Carries on.
remains well oiled. And we ministers kept saying yes.
Yeah. Brilliant. And by the way, spread the word. The hashtag is hashtag UK India Week 2026. I could talk to Minister for hours, but I'm not allowed to. I've been told, wrap. We've gone over, but it's always an absolute pleasure. Let's give the Minister a massive round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. See you again. Thank you.
See you in the
Yeah,
evening.
see you later, yes.
So everybody has plans for the full day.
Yeah, I'll let you. I'll introduce you. I'll just wait a second.
So that people,
I'll introduce Kira, was waiting.
so people don't leave the room.
Yeah. So the show must go on, ladies and gents. Please stay in the room. We have far more wonderful conversations coming. Thank you to the Minister. You'll all see him a bit later. I want to introduce Ben. Ben is back with Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, chairperson of Biocon. Please take your seats. The show must go on. Ben.
Mark, thank you so much, and thank you too to the Minister, of course, as well. Those conversations are exactly why we do this. This is what this is all about. Please. So please, if you would take your seats, we're going to continue those conversations. And as we touched on there, India, the world's fourth largest economy. But we touched on it there. By most measures, India does remain structurally underweight in a lot of global institutional portfolios. So our next guest has built one of India's most internationally recognised life sciences businesses from the ground up and has managed to navigate that gap. So it is with huge delight that I welcome Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, who's the founder and executive chairperson of Biocon. Please welcome her. Hello. Nice to see you. Delighted to have you here. Can I ask everyone please to take a seat so we can continue our conversation? That would be great. Thank you. We'll just give it one moment while everyone gets sat down. But nice to see you. How are you? Yes. You well? Good. Yes. We have to stop meeting like this. Ladies and gents, if you would please take your seats, and then we can continue our conversations today. And as I said, joining me here, Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, who's the founder and executive chairperson of Biocon. And Kiran, really good to have you here. And there was so much we heard there about the theory and some of the applications of this FTC. I want to talk about the practicalities of what you do, because I think in so many ways Biocon is a proof of concept of what Indian innovation can do at global scale. And let's maybe start, first of all, if we look back, and if you sort of look at how institutional investors perceive India today versus how it looked when you were building Biocon, what has changed? Give me a sense of quite how much has changed, and maybe what is most stark for you in the perception of India?
So I think you heard from Minister Goyal that, India was a very resource-strapped country when I started my company in 1978. And, mired in what they used to call red tape and very onerous regulations. Yeah. I think the government today, over the last 12 years, has absolutely focused on ease of doing business. How do you break down regulatory barriers? How do you free up the economy? And of course, capital inflow and access to capital is much easier than when it was when I started the company. Yeah. I also believe that when I started my company, there was no concept of a startup economy. Today, India has a thriving startup economy. And I think what is very exciting today is really the fact that we have a very dynamic ecosystem, especially in tech startups. India has done something very unique. It created the public digital infrastructure. And I almost kind of compare it to the 90s when internet was a public digital infrastructure. And then, of course, the intermediaries leveraged that public digital infrastructure to basically build very large, dominant global organizations like Google and, Microsoft and Meta and what have you. Today, I think we are at that same inflection point where I believe that India can do a lot with its own public digital infrastructure. And I think UPI has already demonstrated that. Yeah. Today, UPI basically accounts, I don't know how many of you know, that UPI today accounts for 54% of digital transactions in the world. Yeah. And of that, obviously the absolute financial transactions account for half of that. And, because the rest are about the other transactions to do with taxation, GST, and what have you, and the direct benefits transactions. But having said that, I think even there we are seeing companies like PhonePe account for 45% of that whole financial transaction segment. AI is also now adding to that. And what I'm looking at in terms of the startup economy is what I like to refer to as combinatorial innovation at scale. I think that's what India is very uniquely positioned to do. Yeah. How do we innovate at scale, at population scale, that really becomes globally impactful? And that, I think, is the opportunity that both UK and India have in terms of collaboration.
And I want to talk about how you did that and maybe, the ways that it's different. But first of all, let me ask you this, because we talked there about what's changed. What remains maybe frustratingly the same? What are still the challenges?
I think the challenges are that we haven't really focused on removing regulatory barriers fast enough, okay? I think the government is seized of these frustrations that industry is facing. And I think they've actually set up a reforms body to actually look at taking regulations out of the system. Regulation, automatic approvals, notifications, I think e-regulations are definitely going to make a big difference in enabling us to get there, but we have to do it fast. So I think that's really, to me, one of the biggest roadblocks we have in moving faster.
You talked about scaling up, and I suppose the message, and we'll come back to it time and time again in these conversations today, is about how we do this structurally and at scale. Talk to me about that scaling up issue, because India is such an amazing market in which to do it, but it is not without the challenges of doing so. Tell me about your journey and maybe how that would be different today if you were doing it again.
Yeah, so I think as an entrepreneur, I've always looked at global scale, and global scale requires huge investment, okay? And I think I've had the luxury of decades of investment to get to that global scale. Companies that get into the business today don't have that luxury of time. And so the access to huge capital is difficult. And then to basically crunch that time to scale is also a challenge. So I think basically this is something that all companies grapple with today, especially in the sort of physical world. It's easy to scale in the virtual digital world, but it's tough to scale in the physical world. I think that's where I basically have got it right, because I made those investments way back. And today, most of those investments are behind us, and I can now start leveraging, the objectives of that scale. So I think it is very important for global impact to be at global scale. And I think access to capital is extremely important to get there. And I think India today is beginning to see a lot of companies address global scale. So for instance, the PLI scheme that India introduced has seen $25 billion realized in terms of those capex investments. So I think there are things happening. Even on the research front, India has basically realized and recognized that we are very underinvested in research and innovation. And again, a lot of the research funds have been created to address some of that. But there has to be a virtuous cycle. And I think UK also has the same problem. Government is doing its bit of starting you off, but you need to follow it with venture capital. Venture capital is simply not flowing at the scale it should. Because again, I go back, UK has the same problems. The regulatory barriers for pre-revenue companies to list on stock exchange or capital markets is very onerous, and it's sometimes not possible. We need to change that. I mean, why is everyone basically, migrating their IP to the US? Because US has that ecosystem, and we need to emulate it. It's not rocket science. I think both India and UK, if we only emulate the US model, I think we could retain the IP, we can grow the value of these companies, and basically catch up with what US is doing. But if we don't do that, and if we keep dragging our feet as to, well, it's not going to be possible given our very, very archaic, corporate laws, we are going to miss the boat.
Do you feel a rarity as a success story? Because I think most people would tend to focus on India for consumer growth, IT, tech. What role do maybe things like life sciences, deep technology, are they the next chapter that will really unlock growth, rather than that maybe tried and tested method, which is tech and consumer growth, that actually life sciences could be somewhere that India really stands out?
I think biotech is a huge opportunity because computational biology has never been at this scale before. AI has made a huge transformational difference to the way we look at life sciences. And I think the fact that we've got a lot of capabilities in life sciences, both in terms of talent and in terms of academic innovation, I think gives you that opportunity to actually leverage it.
Do you think the world knows that? Is that message clear?
The message is not clear because I think India has always been looked at as a generics country. And therefore, India has always been regarded as a reversed engineering kind of life sciences sector.
Yes.
That's changing. And I think what we are seeing today is a lot of startups in the biotech sector are being spawned in India, but then taking flight to other markets that offer greater venture capital. So I think that's where I'm coming to, where even the UK, for instance, has some of the greatest engineering universities. You know, Imperial College just got ranked #2 in the world.
Yeah.
You've got Oxford, Cambridge, you know, Glasgow, and many, many other universities who are doing, you know, great innovation. But I think you have the same challenge. How do you go beyond the startup phase and scale it and really create that, you know, many, many unicorns? In fact, India has done quite well. India has already created 150 unicorns because of our public digital infrastructure, where, you know, many entrepreneurs have leveraged that base to create, sort of at-scale innovation that finds great deployment. But I think we need to really, really see what more you can do with AI and everything that goes with it.
So if we look at what the FTA unlocks, that's capital. It doesn't change the regulation issue, which, you know, we've touched on already.
Both countries have to do.
Exactly. The infrastructure is increasingly in place. Is this now a marketing issue? Is this what brand India represents on the world stage, that it is about so many other things rather than maybe those tried and tested?
So you'll be very interested to know that if you look at talent availability and talent pool, India is actually exporting a lot of talent to cater to global needs. I mean, if you look at AI itself, I think there's a lot of export of AI talent to the world. In life sciences, I'm seeing a lot of that export of that talent to Europe, to many other parts of the world. So I'm seeing that the recognition that India has the talent and the capability is there, but I think the recognition that India has innovative companies that are scaling is not there. And that's what I think we need to really focus on. I think having said that, we also are seeing some very interesting dynamics play out in India. If you look at, India is often compared to emerging economies, and I personally believe that's really not the right segment that we belong to, because our fundamentals are materially different. I mean, if you look at what's happening to India today, I mean, even at population scale, we are much larger than emerging economies. But what you're also seeing is that our balance sheets are much healthier. Our investment in infrastructure is exponential. Our banks are stronger. And I think we are investing in new areas. You just heard renewable energy, space tech, digital, tech companies. And I think it would be great, as the ministers referred to, if we could actually create the next Anthropic from this partnership, because I think that's what is the opportunity. I mean, DeepSeek has shown that you don't need deep pockets to really create LLMs. Why can't we develop these very innovative models,
There is a frustration, isn't there, that, and this isn't unique to India, but as all of these things come online, that all of this revolution happens, coming the other way are these huge global headwinds, geopolitics, Trump's tariffs, fractured trade, wars in Europe. What does that change about the equation? That, so much has made progress, and yet at the other way, you've got these headwinds that maybe no one saw coming. And that changes the dynamic, doesn't it? It changes where people are willing to invest, the appetite that they may have for investment, and indeed, what they want to invest in, because this new world order, and we'll talk about it today, really has arrived. Does it change how you approach business?
If you actually look at the numbers, they say a very different story. If you look at, everyone's talking about FIIs sort of moving out of India. It's not true. FIIs have actually increased their investment in India over the last 1 year by 14%. I think what has happened is that you've seen a lot of money being taken out of various markets because of the AI frenzy in Silicon Valley and space tech. I think SpaceX. I think you're beginning to see that kind of change because you've seen a sellout in recent times of the AI frenzy and the SpaceX kind of overinvestment enthusiasm. I'm sure you're going to start seeing a recalibration of investments back into global economies. And India is definitely going to be one of those favored investment destinations. So I'm not too worried because as you say, there's a lot of geopolitics, there's a lot of herd mentalities that we are seeing around the world. But today, slowly, I think people are beginning to realize, because capital is very tactical. But development is strategic, and India is really investing in development. So I think you're going to see that shift in perception very soon as India's, development agenda is better understood.
And maybe a final thought before we finish, that if you were creating Biocon now, could you do it in the same way? And would you want to do it in the same way?
I could do it much better because of all the technologies that are available to me today. And I think I could have done it faster. I mean, I've taken 47 years to build Biocon to where it is today. I could have possibly done it in a much shorter time. But, it's a different world we're living in today. And when I look back, I think, we've done quite well with all the constraints that we have had over the last 4 or 5 decades. I think we've got here to a very good place.
So good to talk to you.
Thank you.
There's so much for us to fit in today. But ladies and gents, Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. I'm going to hand you over to Mark in a moment, but we're just going to have a little word about IGF networks and Connect. So let's have a look.
What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks.
Turning momentum into investment. I want to welcome to the stage Anirudh Damani, Managing Partner at Arthur Venture Fund. Please come up, sir. Neeraj Makin, Senior Executive Vice President, Group Head Strategy Analytics and Venture Capital at Emirates NBD. And Bharath Shivappa, President and Chief of Markets at Gift City. Great to see you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come and give them a big round of applause.
Hi, Bharat. Anirudh. Hi.
Right, how are we all?
Good, ready?
Yeah, good. You ready to rumble? Nice to see you all on this sweltering London day. Don't think it's as hot as yesterday, but it feels it. So, gentlemen, just a sort of a broad question first, just to set the scene. India is the 4th biggest economy in the world, tick. Foreign investors, though, pulled a record amount out of Indian equities this year. Worst year for foreign investment since it was first allowed back in 1993. So it's not a great year. So if the growth story is real, why is the capital leaving? If I can just, to my left, go down.
So yeah, let's address the elephant in the room. Yes,
Yes.
worst year since 1993. I think FII ownership of India is at 14%, but DII ownership, which is domestic institutional investors, are at 19%. Now let's figure out what's really happened, right? Usually, and we've been in the stock market 50 years, whenever FII sold at this record amount, the stock index should have fallen by 20 to 30%. It's barely fallen by 9% over a year. We're still 9% from the peak. We're not that far out. What's happened, right, is that you've got temporary momentum traders that have pulled money out of India, and they've put them into AI markets like Taiwan and South Korea. Now, I'll just use a single line to describe it. FIs have not fallen out of love with India. They just found a better date in Seoul.
Yeah.
Right? The long-term marriage remains with India. Once AI gets expensive, they'll be back.
But dates can last a long time, can't they? AI isn't just a fad like GameStop. It's a bit more, isn't it?
Well, it's only someone sitting in Silicon Valley makes one change to a spreadsheet, cutting AI capex by 30%. What happens to these markets? And can these markets, see, in India, you've sold roughly $70 billion worth of stock. It hasn't moved the index. If the same thing were to happen tomorrow morning in Seoul, and by the way, 40% of the index in Taiwan is just one company. It's 40%. 42, I think 45% of the index in South Korea are two companies.
And South Korea goes up by 5 to 10% in a day now, doesn't it? I mean, it's crypto.
Tomorrow morning, let's try selling 70 billion, or in the next 3 months, let's sell 70 billion worth of stock. What happens to that? What happens to that stock market?
So you're not worried, Neeraj? I mean, are you as calm and collected?
Well, we've actually put capital into India last
I know.
week. Yeah. So look, I concur. I don't think so. I'm really worried about it. It's basically just reallocation of capital to where people see a bit more alpha coming right now, and they see that there are other areas. See, there's this finite amount of capital or money floating around in the world, and everybody moves things around depending upon what his or her outlook is in terms of where they can, over a short term or a medium term, generate that alpha, because most of this is institutional money. I think what is heartening to see is that in spite of that $70 billion money moving out, you haven't seen a change in the market indices as such.
Yeah.
Our Indian markets, and in fact, there are commentators, in spite of that money moving out, the commentators are still coming out and saying that Indian markets are slightly expensive. Right? So you can't have both the things together there, right? So somebody else is seeing the value, and that's the domestic investors which are seeing the value. And to me, if there is a rebalancing happening like this way, it's actually good for the Indian markets. They will be more stable, and there will be much more permanent and patient capital deployed in the markets.
Yeah. Bharat, your view, having heard those two opinions.
Yeah. In fact, for me, the time has been good actually in GIFT City. I'm seeing the opposite, right? So I'm seeing a lot of asset under management growing in a significant, encouraging rate. But my bit on this is like, look, India is still 65%, if I'm not wrong, of our working population is below 35. We are the largest consumers of today and tomorrow. And that's fundamental now. The markets run around those fundamentals, if it's today or not. And I agree with both of my colleagues here that it's a temporary phenomenon, and whenever world markets went down, one of the fastest one to recover has always been India.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I see a similar one. But on the GIFT side, we are seeing a lot of attraction, a lot of increase in global AUMs across banking, asset management. So for me, that's a very positive news. When I've built a home to almost close to 111 plus 39 billion of banking and asset management assets out of GIFT City.
Nice. Anirudh, give us a sense of venture capital for those of us that aren't following in the audience, maybe on a daily basis. Paint the picture of what the market's like, how vibrant is it, both on a standalone and on a relative basis, where are the opportunities that you're looking right now? What's hot and what's not?
Oh, wow.
There's a lot in that. Yeah, you don't have long.
I started investing in venture in 2012, and it's now 14 years of investing in venture, about 140 odd companies, 6 unicorns. But, I think India has leaped so quickly. So if you go back to 2012, articles were India's doing all these copycat stuff. If it happens in the West, it happens in India. Now you're seeing companies in India which are creating 3D printed rockets. They're building orbital data centers. They're building semiconductor chips. Stuff from things made in India are now being exported to the world, right? Ventures made in India are being copied across the world. In fact, if you look at the African startup ecosystem, it is now trying to be like the Indian startup ecosystem. So obviously India has become a very diverse and big market where I see the opportunities for the next, and again, I don't look at the next 2 quarters. I have to underwrite the next 8 to 10 years.
Of course.
Right? So the way I see it, I think there are 4 major themes when it comes to venture, where if you put money today, I see them becoming big in 10 years. To me, Indian premium consumption, like this affluent Indian market, which is the people in India that are earning at least $15,000 or more in a year.
Yeah.
Right? That is about 100 million plus people. That's the size of certain, I think probably bigger than most European nations. Their consumption patterns are very, very different from the rest of the economy. I think that's a huge market, probably a $2 trillion consumer market that needs to get addressed. I think applications of AI, we may not build the next LLM, but we'll build all the applications that are required. Huge opportunity. Semiconductor and space tech. And lastly, I think Kiranji was talking about it, I think fintech infrastructure in India is going to be a huge opportunity. We're still at only 75 million credit card holders in India in a country of 1.5 billion. There's a huge, huge amount to go into. So that's where I think the 4 hot areas.
The 4 hot areas. I hope you're writing it down. You're learning here. You're learning. Neeraj, as you said, you're not running away from India. You're in, because recently, last week or so, you bought that majority stake in RBL Bank, one of the biggest cross-border banking deals India's ever seen. I mean, you're committing billions. Yep. Is this the taste of more to come? What are you seeing? Why are you committing billions?
When we've been present in India from the year 2000, but that was as a rep office, and then we had a maiden branch with license, which we got as a foreign bank, was in 2017. But all this while, we always wanted to enter India, right? India is, with UAE, especially where Emirates NBD is based out, we have a huge trade corridor, right? And Piyush was here. Piyush leads that high-level task force between UAE and India. And he keeps on badgering us that we were talking about numbers, 49 billion pounds between UK and India.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you the UAE to India numbers, that's more than $100 billion.
Yeah.
And the target, which Piyush, Prime Minister Modi and His Highness have set for the business people, is they want to see $200 billion by 2032, right? So it's not a small number. But why India? I think these are some of the key things why India. But also you have to look at it, from a perspective, India is growing, or it is expected to grow between the 6 and 8%, right? For India to become that Viksit Bharat, as we say, by 2047. Now, you juxtapose that where China was in late 1990s, right? And you look at some of the banks which were out there. Those banks were probably the size of $40 billion, $50 billion. And today, those same banks are about $600, $700 billion, maybe some crossing $1 trillion each. Now, that journey happened for those banks, and the journey for China to become such a good power, economic power, happened because there was that financial infrastructure which was there to fund and fuel that growth. India will require that. And the main thought process internally, what we had was that, look, would we be wanting to have, as a bank which is trying to grow regionally, would have wanted to have a bank in China? And our answer was yes, we would have loved to own a bank in China. Can we own a bank in China today? No. There's no way you can own a bank in China. And the argument I had with, or the logic I used with our board was that, look, if we don't do India today, we'll miss the boat. And if we think of doing India 10 or 15 years down the line, then as a bank, Emirates NBD will probably not find a bank decent size enough to buy into or whatever. So it was very important. So why now is because of this, because we do see that the next 20, 25 years belong to India. And if somebody wants to grow with India and capture that growth, this is the time to invest in India.
Yeah, nicely said. Bharat, let's dig deeper into Gift City. You've been running for about a decade now, strong trading volumes. It's fair to say that many international investors still default to the Londons, the Singapores and the Dubais. That's fine. But are you closing the gap? Sing the praises of Gift City and the progress you're playing, because the data is great. The stats that are coming out are great, aren't they?
They are. In fact, to be very honest, I was not watching so closely when I was with Abu Dhabi till recently. 5 years I did a similar role for ADGM. But only when recently I came and when I kind of looked at from as an insider, and then I see the picture. Like while you mentioned 10 years, if you look at the actual dates, when did the IFSCA came into force? In 2019. They took 1 year to come on ground, 2020, and you know what happened to 2020, 2022? It was COVID. So 2022, therefore, is the actual date. And then by 2022 to 2026, we are 1,200 financially regulated entities, close to 120 billion on banking assets now, as the latest report, another 39 billion on asset management, 377 aircrafts leased, 40 shipping, 100 broking houses, 3 exchanges, and the list goes on, right? So all this in 4 years. Like if I have to now take the numbers, Dubai may be DIFC or DFSA may be around 600 regulated entities. ADGM should be touching towards 300 plus. On the breadth, I got a good story. Yes, and the second part is right. I should also accept where there is an area for me to supercharge, which is in the depth. Right? I need to get more portfolio managers, more investment managers, more asset managers operating. For that, I need to solve on both the sides. Right? I need to solve on infrastructure. I need to solve on regulatory reforms. And they are happening. By the way, the latest one is what is an iconic product of Singapore was with VCC, Variable Capital Company. We have launched it recently. We've announced it. This winter it should be up and running. We are bringing that on the move, right? And always an IFC is a long-term story. And it's always about the milestones are almost like it's reaching another higher altitude. It is never, okay, here is the point, right? So that's the story. So yeah, I think for the last 4 effective years, we're doing phenomenally well. Otherwise, it's a green field to grow. I'm very proud of what GIFT has done in such a short time.
We've got about 5 more minutes, gentlemen, so about a minute or so each. I mean, India, Anirudh, does produce very successful startups, like you've said, but what of the big ones, the genuinely big ones? You mentioned the unicorns. When are we going to see evidence of that? I mean, Europe has the same problem. We don't have in Europe the Metas, the Googles. We're all crying out for it. So does it produce enough? And what's it going to take to produce enough genuinely large ones, the kind that really drag in global investors?
See, when we compare the US to India, we forget, does anybody know when IBM was formed?
Long time ago.
1882,
yeah.
I think, right? That's over 150 years ago, apparently. India's startup ecosystem opened up in 2008.
Yeah.
So we're comparing two different, it's like comparing, Vaibhav Suryavanshi straight to Sachin. I don't think that's a great comparison, right? And I think that's what's happening here. We're gonna get there faster than the others, and some big companies have been built in India, right? We've got a few decacorns. I was involved in Oyo since the seed stage. We saw it become, but you have to understand that we're still building the bare bones infrastructure required to support a $1 trillion company. And I think that, give us another 10 years. 10 years from now,
Really?
we'll be there. We'll have something that will genuinely challenge the domination of
and you'll
the
be
FANG.
ahead of your competing countries.
We'll compete. Ahead or behind, I don't know. But
Yeah,
we'll
but
compete.
you'll have something.
Yeah.
Yeah, nicely said. Neeraj, we talked a bit about Gulf Capital. You're obviously deploying Gulf Capital into India. We're in London, so let's get a question on London. Where does London fit within that? Capital provider, structural hub, competitor? How do you see London?
Certainly not a competitor.
Yeah.
I think London, we were talking about and the trade minister earlier in UK said that London is still probably one of the largest financial centers, right? And I think London will continue to play that part as being an orchestrator, structurer, whatever way you want to call it. The Gulf capital is moving into India, and that is moving into India from a much more, I would say, strategic manner and angle. But India would continue to kind of attract capital from all parts of the world, and London becomes that center where it can be pulled together, right? So capital coming from various parts of the world gets pulled together in London and then gets channeled through. And sometimes there are large investment requirements which needs different pools of capital to come together. And that's when, the Gulf capital could join Asian capital coming from Singapore and all, and London could play that part because given its history of being that financial provider to the world.
Yeah, thank you for keeping that fairly brief. And Bharat, just finishing off with you, I wanted to squeeze a question in on, I think you're the person to ask this, and sorry if you're not, you're going to have to answer it anyway. We had the capital gains tax, the interest tax. In India, of course, removing both CGT and interest tax for foreign investors, buying government bonds, so that's a big tick. Is that enough to change minds, would you say? Or is that just the first of several steps? What other steps do we need to lure them in?
Yeah, I think there is an answer in the question that you asked me. Yeah, I kind of agree to you. There are steps, right? And every step is very important. And as I told you, any IFSC story being worked for almost 3 now is a long-term story, right? It's a step by step. Every time you achieve a higher altitude, and it is not the end of it. And every single reform that you bring, it kind of opens up a new positive flood into your ecosystem. I'll tell you a few examples. For example, formation of IFSCA itself in 2019 was one of such milestones. Then second, reforms around shipping, aircraft financing was another big opportunity. Reforming fund management structure was another reform. So everything started building a critical ecosystem to serve a 2047 vision of 30 trillion. You need more than 30 trillion of financial or banking capacity within an ecosystem. Now imagine if the global capital has to come and play not with India or in India, but from India, right? There should be an ecosystem that has unified regulator, it has reformative tax ecosystem, single window clearance, ability to manage in your own home currency, right? All this stuff are critical. So in this process, there are a lot of regulatory reforms. We now worked on VCC, I mentioned, which will kind of unlock a lot of UBOs, and the VCs will be very happy about it because the investors now get the right structures to bring their capital. And when they come, they start energizing the funds. And the managers get energized, the ecosystem gets funded. It's all a cyclical effort. Again, in financing aircraft and ship leasing, we now very recently, in end of May, we brought in a TCSP, Trust and Corporate Service Provider structure. What it did, it actually changed the age-old structure where the assets were part of the balance sheet. Now, because of that, Indian aircrafts were not very attractive for a long-term or a patient capital to come in. Now, the moment we have this TCSP, where the asset is carved out of the balance sheet, off balance sheet, now I have attracted all the long-term investor in to come into this asset because they are financing the asset. They're not taking the risk of the entity. Airline goes red, it's okay. Asset is safe. So you get a better rate of financing, long-term financing, and every this step is a milestone. And with every step, we kind of start unlocking, this one. So I'm very ambitious. The rate in which we are growing today, whether it's funds or the assets or asset managers, even my banking ecosystem today, more than 55% are foreign banks. I have 42 banks or 41 banks. Yeah. And I have more foreign banks today. So, but this is very critical. We need to build, trust and progressiveness together to make this successful. So I'm very positive.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your insights and for your time. It's been a pleasure. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Let's get Ben back on stage. He's speaking to Aryaman Birla, Director of Aditya Birla Group and Chairman of Royal Challengers Bengaluru. Exciting chat coming up.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you very much. Fascinating to hear that insight too. And as we said, we've spent this morning talking about things like capital flows, institutional allocation, the infrastructure of investment between the UK and India. There's one asset class, though, that's done more than any to make that UK-India corridor actually feel pretty emotional, as well as just commercial. And of course, I'm talking about cricket. It is a multi-billion-dollar global entertainment and investment ecosystem. The IPL, one of the most watched, most monetized, increasingly most studied investment vehicles in global sport. And so, who better to talk to about that than Aryaman Birla, who's the chairman designate of Royal Challengers Bengaluru and the director of the Aditya Birla Group. Please welcome him. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. Take a seat in the middle. I'll come round. Nice to see you. Good to have you here.
Good to be here.
I mean, there's so much I want to talk to you about. We've got about 15 minutes or so. I want to maybe start at the beginning. Talk me through it, because I guess, you know, a huge global conglomerate, India's biggest conglomerates is the Birla Group. Why IPL, though? Why that investment?
Look, I think we've been studying the Indian consumer for a long time, and we've been making more investments in the Indian consumer and in the Indian consumption story over the last few years. And as we studied it, you know, it was undeniable that the IPL sport and therefore the IPL in India is an absolutely fantastic opportunity. There's really no other asset that reaches 1 billion consumers. The IPL does that. So for us, really, it was a fantastic consumer story. I think it gives us, on one hand, fantastic reach to the Indian consumer, and as Indian consumers and their ability to pay deepens, we really think that you know, something like the IPL is a fantastic proxy to that story. On the other hand, it was actually surprising to me as well when we studied it, quite a robust financial investment as well. You know, if I give you a P&L of an IPL team and you were to see it without you knowing that it's of a cricket team, you'd probably tell me that it's of an infrastructure asset. Right. And so that really means that you have contracted cash flows from the BCCI, from the media rights, and you have other ancillary revenue streams around that. So really the way we saw it was that the base case was a really solid return like an infrastructure asset would give you, but the upper case was a fantastic growth story on the Indian consumer. So you know, to play the Indian consumer, I actually thought that this was a fantastic way to do it.
So that's the business case, the money, the finances, the kind of the emotional appeal. Talk to me about your personal appeal of doing that, because what, first-class cricketer, step back in, 2019. How do you make that transition then from sport to the business of sport?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. You know, I haven't really thought of it that way, but I guess it does give me somewhat of a better insight into the way that the IPL works, the way that just players and people in the ecosystem think, you know, the way that the business operates and understanding the nuances of the sport. I think really it does give you a little bit of an advantage. But other than that, you know, we continue seeing it as a great business opportunity and a great club, a great brand to build on our own consumer consumption story within the Aditya Birla Group. So it hasn't been that tough to make the transition per se, but I would hope that it's given me somewhat of an advantage, having seen it from the other side as well.
What does that advantage look like day to day? I mean, give me an example of where you're like, you know what, I know this because I've been there. How does that work?
Yeah, look, so I think it would be, you know, basically with players or coaches understanding the psyche of players, understanding the psyche of coaches, you know, whether we need to invest more in infrastructure for players, things like that. But at the end of the day, you know, we truly believe that this needs to be run by management. Cricket has to be run by people who are in the right places to do that and understand the sport and have understood the ecosystem for a very, very long time. The team has been hugely successful now on the cricket side and has also been very successful on the business side, given that it is now one of the most, or is the most valuable cricket team in the world. So from our perspective, we want to make sure that we run it well, run it right, and we can provide, as the new owners of the franchise, the right stewardship and the right strategic guidance for management to then execute on.
I mean, stewardship is such an important word, isn't it? That responsibility that you have when you take on a team like this. How would you describe your management style? I mean, I wonder how much you can delegate and how much you feel that you need to be involved and hands-on and their day-to-day. And when can you take a bit of a step back? Because I guess having been so actively involved in the sport and then now doing it from the other side, is it hard to blur the lines between where you have to say, I need to back off now?
Look, I think we do it in every other business of ours. Having said that, of course, the sport is more emotional in general and way more for me as well. So you're right, I think it is hard to find that balance. But, you know, I think if there's anything to do with capital allocation, long-term strategic direction, people, whether that's coaches, management, players, I think that really is where you can add value. That's where management should be able to bounce off ideas from you, take your input, take strategic guidance. But, you know, on a day-to-day basis, whether that's who's playing in the 11, what the conditions in a cricket match are, I really don't think that's our job. That really is to the professionals to do, and I think that's the way, in my view, that's the right way to do it. Having said that, there's so many different models, like, you know, to run a cricket team or any sports team. I don't think one is right or one is wrong, but I think this is the way that it'll work best for us and our consortium.
I guess it's about separating emotion from the kind of the economic reality. Speaking of which, we know TV viewership for IPL is down. I think just looking at the numbers, 26%, average viewership down by 26%. Does that worry you when you're coming into a job like this? A, does it worry you? And B, what does that tell you about the way people are consuming the sport?
Yeah, so I have to say that I've read multiple reports that have multiple different stats, unfortunately. So, like you're saying, you know, TV has fallen. I've read other reports where they say TV sort of has been stagnant, but others that say TV has grown at, you know, not the clip that, let's say, digital has grown, but has sort of grown. But I think if I take it directionally, let's say TV has stagnated a bit. Yep. Having said that, connected TV and digital streaming have grown significantly. So, from what I know, connected TV has grown year on year 20+%. Digital streaming has grown 8 to 10%. And then, of course, there's TV demand. So in aggregate, viewership is actually pretty robust. This was the first IPL that crossed 1.2 billion viewers. So, you know, across the ecosystem of connected TV, linear TV, and digital, I think demand is quite strong. So it doesn't actually bother me. I don't think that the pie has shrunk, it's actually increased. But where that money goes and where viewership goes within the pie has changed.
And it's more fragmented, is it?
It is more fragmented. But again, I think that's just structurally how linear TV has changed, not only in India, but across the world. So I don't think that has anything actually to do with the IPL or IPL viewership. So not a concern for us. In fact, if anything, digital penetration or smartphone penetration, data penetration, and therefore digital viewership, connected TV viewership increasing, just means that it can go to more people and more households, and the number of viewers can increase. So I think it's a positive, actually.
And apart from just the sheer numbers, what opportunity does that present? With that digital reach, do you approach those negotiations, those rights conversations in a different way, given that consumption will be in a different way?
I mean, firstly, like you said, the channels of viewership are so different that you can obviously package sponsorships very differently, right? You can have sponsorships for TV, sponsorships for just digital, sponsorships for social media. So I think the way that you can be creative around sponsorships, which of course is a meaningful but can be an even more meaningful stream of revenue, is very interesting now. So that definitely is something that is very, very crucial. But having said that, you know, moving away from TV and into digital, I think in general means that it's becoming more of a platform play, more of a media play, more of an entertainment play, and not only sports. So it gives you, over a longer period of time, really the opportunity to monetize consumers through various channels across various touch points. So I think that's very interesting.
And underlying all of that, I guess, is the valuation of those IPL franchises. And correct me if I'm wrong here, but RCB reportedly worth about $1 billion.
$1.8 billion the last I heard.
There we go. When you look at those sorts of numbers, what does the economics of that look like now? And, with such staggering growth that we've seen over the last few years, where is that next growth coming from? What does that look like?
I think there's multiple levels of growth. The first, I'd say, of course, is media rights, and it continues to be media rights. We're all very aware that, maybe in the shorter term, there will be somewhat of a softening in growth on that front. But in the long term, as competition increases for broadcasting rights, given the fact that India is an important market, within India, the IPL really touches the most number of consumers of any other IP. We do think that the media rights will continue to grow over a longer period of time. That's the first growth lever. Having said that, the media rights today is 70% of revenue. If you look at any other comparable league across the world, that's within the range of 45 to 55%. So if we can actually bring down the contribution of media rights as a percent of overall revenue by growing other ancillary streams of revenue, whether that's better in-stadium experience and therefore greater hospitality tickets, whether that's merchandising, which I think we're just sort of scratching the surface on, whether that's hospitality, whether that's expanding into other leagues or other franchises. I think there's multiple opportunities and levels of growth. The women's IPL, the Women's Premier League, is a huge lever of growth as well, I think. One that I think in this deal has sort of been underappreciated, if I can say so.
And you talk about looking around the world at sort of comparisons, not that necessarily the IPL needs a comparison, but when you look at what other leagues are doing, whether it's Premier League clubs, the NBA franchises, maybe F1 teams, what is the model that will most closely represent what the IPL may become?
Yeah, so I think it's important that I think what you said is right. The IPL is extremely young. So even though some of these valuations have soared, it is, of course, the second most valuable league after the NFL on a per match basis, but it is only 19 years old. Yeah. The NFL, for example, I think is 100 plus years old. So I think there's a huge delta in vintage of these leagues. So the IPL, of course, will get more mature as sort of time goes on. I wouldn't say that in particular that the IPL needs to or will replicate any of these models. It's quite unique in and of itself. Having said that, I think that the IPL has taken the best of many leagues across the world. So for example, there's 10 teams, very scarce asset. There's no relegation, meaning that revenues that are contracted, whether you come 10th or 1st, remains the same. And in the next year as well, you continue playing in the same tier, you don't go down. There's a cap on player cost, and it's an auction, meaning that the dynamics of the sport is always very competitive because the 10th team and the first team, really the difference in the structure of the team, performance of the team is very, very little delta between the two. So I think structurally the IPL is very, very solid. Having said that, from across the world, of course, in-stadium experience I think is a huge area that we can learn from. Even things, I think, as the IPL matures, the way that the NFL packages its media rights, for example, they unbundle a lot of it. The Super Bowl will sell differently, digital rights will sell separately. So I think we're doing that in the IPL already a little bit, but I think as the league matures, there's a lot more scope to play around with that.
And a final thought on sort of bringing this away from the business, but towards the fans in terms of, quite clearly now hugely watched, but mainly in India or by the Indian diaspora. Growth will come from expanding that reach, breaking out of that demographic. How do you do that?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. Maybe I'll go to the how first. I think there's a couple of sort of levers. One, of course, was the fact that the Cricket World Cup in 2024 happened in the US. So it sort of seeded the sport in the US. That also means that some infrastructure has been built. The second, of course, is LA 28. I think that's a very important sort of milestone for the sport. It gives the sport a global audience, a completely different audience than it's ever seen before. That's an important milestone. And of course, the corporatization of leagues of the sport across the world, whether that's now the MLC in the US, that's the 100 in the UK, or leagues across the world, as well. So I think you sort of seed the sport through that. Having said that, I do really believe that the sport really picking up in a community or a country, region, whatever it may be, is not so simple. You know, you really need to build a sport from the grassroots. You need to have, you know, competitive sort of cricket at each age level. You have to have an ecosystem of coaches, of infrastructure that really can nurture and uplift talent. And so this is not a 5-6 year story. I think it has to be a multi-year, almost multi-decadal story for a sport to really seed and prosper in a specific country or region. So I think it's not that simple, but I think the seeds are being sowed. I also think that you need to have specific heroes come out of a region. You know, you've seen that with the NBA. China really became, or the NBA became really big in China after they had a really big superstar. And I think you need that for other regions to sort of pick up. Having said that, that's on the cricket front. For the IPL alone, I continue to believe that the India story and consumption, I go back to why we invested in it, it was for the Indian consumer. So I continue to believe that there's great depth in the Indian consumer. The IPL already touches a wide range of consumers across stratas, across a number of different parameters. But you know, as the Indian middle class or the Indian, just the ability for each Indian to pay increases, I think that there's a lot more depth just in the Indian market alone. And as you activate other sources of revenue, make this a 12-month product proposition, hopefully, I think that the Indian market has a lot of juice left for the IPL. But for cricket more broadly, I think we've started seeing some seeds being sown across the world. But I do think that we have to be prepared for this to be sort of a slow burn.
So good to talk to you. Thank you. It's been fascinating to have the discussion. Ladies and gents, Arman Bola, thank you so much. Really good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to move quickly on, and there's all sorts of things we want to fit in for you today. In a moment, we'll welcome Shiv Sehgal, who's from Nirvana Capital, in his panel. But first of all, I want to show you a little word from our sponsors who make all of this possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Welcome to Capital Crossroads, global capital in a fragmented world. I would like to start by saying, being a large sports enthusiast, Ariman, well spoken, and congratulations on 2 years in a row. So well done. Our topic for the panel is global capital in a fragmented world. I think, you know, for almost 3 decades, global asset allocators have shared a very singular, comforting thesis where capital was borderless. Supply chains were optimized purely for cost, and global liquidity was finding permanency in the most efficient destination. However, today that thesis has collided head-on with a new reality. We have, you know, geopolitics at the fore. We have very high structural interest rates that have become the norm for capital markets. and a very aggressive industrial policy has become the ultimate arbiter of capital allocation. I guess what we are witnessing today is financial nationalism, where weaponized balance sheets, friend-shoring, unilateral trade barriers are actively rewriting this rule of the games. So the fundamental question that remains over us for the next decade is no longer just where will capital flow, but who will shape the rules of these flows. And are we entering an area where capital flows primarily to the most productive destinations or strictly to the most politically aligned ones after what Trump has done over the last 12 months in terms of tariffs? To unpack this new brave world, I have an exceptional panel. And with that, I would like to introduce to our three panelists. We have Nilesh Shah, Managing Director, Kotak Mahindra Asset Management, who's joining us online. We have William Jackson, sitting on my left, who's Chief Emerging Market Economist with Capital Economics, and Dr. Walter, Reader International Relations, King's College London. So with that, William, I get head on to that. I guess the first question to you would be, historically when we have seen, geopolitical crisis re-emerge, we have seen a strengthening of the dollar historically, and that's drawn capital towards traditional safe havens. However, this time around, even traditional centers like London and Europe appear politically and economically fragile. Is the definition of safe changing in a capitalistic environment?
It's a really interesting question. I think one that's become so prominent in the last few years. I've been on the EM side for the last 15 years, and I've always felt we've had this different vocabulary for thinking about economies. We've been thinking about fiscal risks, political and policy uncertainty, threats to central bank independence. And that seemed very different to the way my counterparts on the DM side would be looking at things. But in the last few years, things have really changed, and these topics are becoming much more prevalent in these developed economies, the ones where we've traditionally considered to be safe havens in the past. I think we really saw that with the Trump tariffs on Liberation Day last year. We saw the dollar weaken at the time, much more so than its usual drivers, like interest rate differentials might have suggested.
Yep.
And so I think we've got to incorporate this new kind of country risk premium into these traditional safe havens. That's something that's going to emerge sporadically. But at the same time, if we're thinking about what's a safe asset, we also need to think, where are these liquid, deep capital markets? And it's still the US, Europe, parts of East Asia that are still much larger and dominant for the time being.
No, well said. Given that, Walter, you have been, an expert in this field, the question that I have for you is, the Trump administration has openly linked trade, tariffs, defense commitments, and currency expectations. With the US-Iran conflict now adding another layer of unsustainability, are we entering an era where capital allocation will become an instrument of statecraft rather than just markets? Your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't think we're entering that era. I think we're already in it. We're already seeing this, right? Markets still allocate capital, but governments are increasingly shaping the strategic environment in which it's kind of deployed. And I think, you described in your opening, we went through this period of multiple decades after the end of Cold War where the only consideration was efficiency, right? Efficiency returns. Now those calculations have to be balanced against other things like security, like resilience, like political alignment. And I think this age of sort of geoeconomics or economic statecraft isn't principally about governments allocating capital, though we do have examples of that going on, but it's about governments, shaping the environment and determining which forms of interdependence are acceptable and which types of interdependence kind of pose risk. So what that means is then investors now need to think about not just market risk, but access risk, right? Access to finance, access to critical inputs, access to technology.
No, perfect. Guys, we have Nilesh sir joining us online as well. Nilesh sir, I've been at the forum last couple of days, and globally a lot has been talked about the depreciating rupee and, of course, the macro instability with the oil, with the US-Iran conflict. The question is, do you think that in the current environment, should India prioritize, currency stability to attract capital or accept a depreciation as the price of growth and competitiveness? What is your feel on the ground there, and how do you see the current environment?
Thank you, Sif and India Global Forum for having me over here. The rupee's destiny is to depreciate because the inflation and productivity differentia are both against it. If RBI tries to prop up the rupee value, it will work for a short term, but eventually it will create a bigger trouble. And which is why RBI has always focused on containing volatility and let the market decide the value. That strategy has worked in the past. That should continue. To attract global capital, India has to really focus on 3G, growth, governance, and green. If our earnings growth and return on capital is better and sustainable, then investors will flow. If our governance standards are appropriate and we respect global capital, then capital will flow. And in today's world, we can't ignore the environmental challenges. So India should focus upon 3G of growth, governance, and green to improve its attractiveness and let the market decide rupee's value. And RBI should ensure that volatility is appropriate.
Nilesh, another key theme that's been discussed across many forums here as well is the fact that the resilience of the domestic flow of capital, the SIPs that keep coming in. But on the flip side, we have FIIs. We've seen a massive exodus from their perspective. Of course, India has not partaked in the AI bullishness that which some of the key regional teams have played, TSMC, Samsung, SK Hynix. Just your take on that particular important focus point?
So essentially, equities were underrepresented in households' balance sheet. Indian households were more exposed to real estate and gold. We are the only country in the world where between 125 to 150% of GDP is invested in gold at current market value. And that largely remains unutilized, blocked. Investors are now diversifying into equity, and we have seen their flows increasing over the years. Many years ago, Mr. Charles Johnson, founder of Franklin Templeton, had told that mutual fund is like a bamboo tree. You keep on watering it for years, and one day it just starts touching the sky. I think we have now reached an environment where mutual fund is touching the sky.
No, well said. William, I'm going to come back to you from an emerging market and geopolitical landscape. We have all been talking about this massive outperformance the S&Ps have seen for the last 20 years now since the GFC. So what matters more for capital allocation in today's world? Do you think it's economic fundamentals, or for emerging markets that we're discussing, the political alignment with Washington?
I mean, the economics will always matter. Capital allocation is always going to seek high returns, economies where policy is improving, growth prospects are improving, that are becoming integrated into nascent, fast-growing industries. But I think Walter put it very nicely earlier about how investors are having to incorporate these geopolitical considerations. Governments will determine market access. Firms will even try and anticipate where that access might exist in the future too. So these considerations are going to become increasingly important. And alignment with Washington matters here. So much of the world's global capital flows originate from the US. And we've seen the US deploy its financial firepower more aggressively with sanctions. A good example last year when the US Treasury supported Argentina in a time of challenge. And so I think there's going to be an increasingly important determinant of where capital flows to emerging markets, how these geopolitical alignments sit vis-a-vis China, vis-a-vis the US.
No, well said. Dr. Walter, if I just look back at the Indian markets post-COVID era, Indian markets saw massive reallocation from global asset allocators given the China Plus theme and the anti-China sentiment that emerged post-COVID. And India was a big beneficiary. And a lot of good things were happening from the government as well. We started, at the forum, previous ones, we talked about the PLI scheme, 16, 19 sectors that have benefited, $25 billion coming in. Do you think that given that China is opening up now, and we have been seeing a lot more sentiment from global asset allocators coming back into China, was that a tactical shift? Or do you think India remains a growth story structurally that we keep talking about in most forums? Just your take from your perspective on that.
Yeah, I think India was a very attractive market for this so-called kind of friend-shoring outlook that people have. And the economic fundamentals, I think, still make a case for that. What I would come back to is something that William's already kind of touched on, which is the policy reliability, predictability story when it comes to India. Because I think, on the one hand, India's sort of strategic autonomy and foreign policy positions it potentially to work with a range of major powers, even those who might have difficult relations between themselves. But then what investors want to see is knowing that there's going to be consistency on the part of the government, right? So do we expect tariffs or import regulations to change suddenly in the near future? Are these PLI schemes that have been very positively received, are they enduring? Are they going to be an enduring feature? And then, of course, the traditional stories that we always talk about with respect to kind of contracts and implementation and execution. I think that's going to be kind of the key feature that will determine, because in a lot of respects, China offers that. China offers legibility. Vietnam offers certainty. India needs to kind of match that to give the levels of confidence, I think, that investors are looking for.
Fair enough. Nilesh sir, I'll come back to you. Another theme that has been discussed in some of closed-door policies for India is the fact that, given what we saw over the last couple of months, and India had an opportunity from 21 to 24 when oil was very stable to build a strategic reserve, and there was no, I would say, an urgency from India's perspective to do that. Do you think, given that oil is starting to come off and we are seeing some stability with US-Iran, that for the next decade or for the next few years, that India's dependency on energy, especially oil and gas, and we are seeing this huge spurt on renewables in India, just your thoughts on that, what India can do better and where we are, and as an investor lens that you can put on?
So undoubtedly, India can diversify its FX reserve. At around $700 billion, it has the top 5 FX reserves in the world. There are commodities like oil, which we are likely to import for a foreseeable future. Why not build diversification in FX reserves by investing in crude? Second, we need to focus on electrification of India. We have done pretty well on the renewable energy side. We are the only G20 nation which has achieved its COP26 target 5 years ahead of schedule by adding renewable capacity. Now, renewable capacity has increased so much that we are producing more daytime power than what we can consume. So we need to invest in battery storage solution. Once you produce power, we also need to ensure that we can shift our petrol and diesel car into electric and hybrid. We can shift our LPG consumption for cooking into induction. Now, when you are transferring from petrol and diesel to electric and hybrid, you don't want to become hostage on rare earth side. So we'll need to develop rare earth mining also. Many of the government policies are working towards that. And I foresee over a period of time, India becoming more electric than petroleum oriented, partly driven by imported energy, partly driven by environmental challenge.
No, very well said, very good points. William, I'm going to throw the same lens at you. When you look at emerging economies across the globe, from a lens of renewable energy and India's huge reliance, what is your take on that?
So I think it's an area where this energy shock has cast a spotlight onto India and some other economies about this dependence on energy imports, on the Middle East for supplies, the need to diversify. And we've seen some shifts happening quite dramatically. If you look at China's exports of green tech, they've surged. We've been going from having quite a pessimistic view on China's economy this year to quite a positive one. And I think this is something we're going to see increasingly in India and other economies that seek to move away towards more from dependence on fossil fuels, particularly from the Gulf, towards more renewables. I think energy security is going to be a big theme across much of the world over the coming years. Bear in mind, this is the second big energy shock we've had in 4 years. So it really is a sort of wake-up call to diversify.
No, well said. Dr. Walter, given your expertise, we have all seen what's happened in the last couple of months. If looking forward, if you had to name one single biggest underpriced geopolitical risk that asset allocators are underpricing it currently, what would be your take on that?
So I would not name a specific country or a specific conflict, but I'll do the very academic thing and name a concept, which is the erosion of the assumption that economic interdependence is politically neutral, right? I think markets may do a decent job of pricing in the potential of conflict, but I think the second order effects in terms of the implications of conflict for access are often underappreciated. And today, as we've already been discussing, there's a whole range of things, whether it's semiconductors, cloud services, critical minerals, data, and so forth, oil, of course, where access depends, not just on commercial ties, but the quality of your political relationships. And I think this is something where the defining question for investors is going to become, it's not how connected you are to the global economy, but who has the potential to disconnect you.
Fair enough. I was part of the roundtable today morning, and one of the key themes that emerged was the fact that, yes, India saw this massive boom from 21 to 23, 24, and since then the Nifty returns have been kind of flattish, especially in USD terms, and the INR has been depreciating. The one emergence factor that came out, a few people pointed out that if you look at the NSE 500 from an India perspective, we still have Indian balance sheets that are much more delevered. NSE 500 companies have the highest growth rate. Yes, the AI trade has not helped India, but their earnings and valuations compared to the rest of the markets, given what's happened with Korea, Taiwan, Japan, India is starting to look a lot more attractive. So Nilesh sir, coming back to your, I know long-term we are all bullish on India, but recently, even if you look at the recent sell-side reports, globally and domestically, people are starting to look at India and saying that for the next 12 months, 18 months, India is starting to look attractive. Just your thoughts domestically, and is that bullishness sentiment being shared by domestic fund managers as well?
So domestic fund managers are kind of cautiously optimistic on Indian market. Valuations, thanks to last 2 years stagnation, has corrected. Earnings have grown and prices are lower than September 24. There are opportunities, especially in small and mid-cap companies where growth has been quite attractive. The fourth quarter FY26 mid-cap earnings growth was 34%, small cap was about 19%, and large cap was about 12%. And more importantly, this is sustainable growth rate. I just want to give one example of how an investor in UK made tons of money in India, and probably that's the mindset which is required. Prudential PLC invested 5 million rupee in 50 million rupee in ICICI Prudential Asset Management Company in 1997. Today, they take almost 40 times more that by way of annual dividend. And the market value of their holding is roughly about, and I could be wrong in converting millions and billions, but Shiv, you can correct me, it's now close to 70,000 crores. So that's roughly 70 billion rupee.
That's correct.
The kind of money Prudential PLC has made by remaining a long-term investor. And one of the recent rally in the stock is courtesy the listing of ICICI Prudential. So take a long-term call, stay with the ups and downs of India, and you'll make tons of money.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir. One last question, Dr. Walter. Given that we have, we are in London, the thought process was Europe spent decades believing economic independence prevented conflict. Ukraine shattered that, and now US-Iran is, kind of reigniting that thought process. So has the West fundamentally rethought globalization? Just your final take on that.
I would say no is the short answer. Not fundamentally rethought, but the idea that globalization would somehow outstrip or make geopolitical competition irrelevant is something that we're really moving away from. So we spent decades after the Cold War thinking that economic integration would reduce, the salience of strategic rivalries. And what we're seeing, certainly in the last 5 years, is the fact that rivalry and geostrategic competition has found a way to navigate and survive in a globalized world. So what we're seeing is not a wholesale move away from globalization, but what you might call kind of selective globalization or selective de-globalization, where, as I said before, governments are acutely looking at relationships of economic interdependence and trying to determine which of the ones are beneficial, which of the ones we're happy with, friendshoring, and which are the ones that expose us to potential risks, in which case we might need to unwind or look for alternatives.
Well said. And as Manoj rightly said so, the UK FTA agreement is a step in that direction. And with that, I would like to thank my panelists. William, thank you so much. Dr. Walter. Nilesh sir, thank you so much for joining from India. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. Cheers. Thanks, guys. Perfect. Perfect.
Thank you. That's great.
Yeah. Perfect. I was right on cue on time.
You were. You were very good. Thank you. Let's move swiftly on our next discussion, from ambition to action, delivering the UK India Technology Security Initiative. I'd like to welcome to the stage Kanishka Narayan, MP, Parliamentary Under Secretary of State for AI and Online Security. Big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we delve into, Minister, the UK-India stuff, if you don't mind, I just want to say a thank you to the government for banning social media for under-16s. As a father of, this is me. You don't have to agree. I've got a 14-year-old, a 12-year-old, and an 11-year-old. They're all addicted to social media. It's brilliant. We were crying out for it. It happened. Well done. Congratulations. Keir Starmer, in his resignation speech, among his successes, mentioned protecting people from social media. And I do think that is a great success. So just a really quick question on this, because you're the Minister for Online Safety as well. Why will it work here, Minister, when Australia, let's put it politely, is having teething problems with its social media ban? Why do we think when it comes into force in spring next year, why is it going to work when it hasn't gone swimmingly in Australia?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I'm going to speak without a mic. I didn't have a mic.
Can you hear? Oh, yeah, let's bring one up, because we want everyone to hear you. There we go. Yes.
Great, thanks. Look, I think the starting point of this has to be an appropriate definition of success. So on your metric of Australia's success, you are defining it on the basis of 6-month compliance rates. That's one metric of success. Of course, you want compliance to be materially above zero to be able to move norms. But really, to me, the fundamental question, as with historic large-scale regulatory shifts, whether you look at seatbelts or you look at smoking in pubs, is not the short-term compliance rate, it's the long-term culture and normative change. And so, to me, I wouldn't write off the Australian example by virtue of its immediate compliance context. I'd look at the longer-term cultural shift, which this is really fundamental to. But even on the short-term compliance question, one of the reasons I went to Australia to learn from their experience was to make sure that we were inching compliance radically ahead of where some of the other experiences have been. And so there are 3 things that we have done which give me some confidence. One, our age checks are going to be tougher. So in Australia, they have a legal test for platforms which says you have to take reasonable steps to check age. We have much higher legal requirements on platforms in the way that we're implementing it. 2, our regulator is going to be out of the gates to enforce much quicker. We've asked the regulator to ensure that it's preparing guidance in parallel with the legislative process, not subsequent to it. And so platforms should be very clear that they will face enforcement of their responsibilities straight from day one. And 3, really importantly, we're also making sure that we're bringing the public with us in a very deep way. And I spent the last 3 months engaging with something like 2,000 families and young people directly. We had 116,000 people write to us on this consultation. Apart from, I think, one exception, this is the most engaged with consultation in the history of British public policy. And so in bringing people with us on the journey, some of them disagreeing, many of them agreeing, I think we have set the foundations for deeper, longer-term compliance.
Congratulations. Now, tech security, Minister, is key. It's become a central pillar of economic security for us all. On the one side, you've got the need to balance openness and collaboration. On the other side, you've got the need for resilience and strategic autonomy. How do you balance both sides?
Yeah, I think I don't really see the trade-off as starkly as that. Broadly speaking, on the question of strategic autonomy or strategic leverage, as I think about it, what you're trying to do is not build an island. You're trying to effectively build bridges that make you stronger as a country and give you leverage. And the way I think about this is in 3 steps. Part of your leverage when it comes to the technology stack comes from just having enough inputs, which are really critical, wherever you get them from. And so we're not going to build in Britain NVIDIA GPUs tonight. And so we have to just get them from wherever they come from, NVIDIA in this instance. And so the first thing I did in the job was to make sure that we were negotiating to get 100,000 GPUs, the largest deployment in Europe of NVIDIA GPUs in this country. I think the second step in building strategic leverage or autonomy is to be able to diversify your supply base so that you have more leverage when you're engaging in buying critical inputs. And I think there, partnership is absolutely fundamental, both in terms of firm-level diversification, but really importantly, country-level diversification as well. And so I'm really excited about the possibilities of what India and the UK can do together in partnering to make sure that we are building more resilient supply chains for ourselves. But third, really critically, of course, in areas where we think it is economically efficient, we want to build full-fat British. And even when we're building full-fat British, it is very clear to me that we won't do so without thinking about people-to-people movement, intellectual property exchanges at the international level. Let me give you a very specific example. One area in which we think we want to build full-fat British is in the next generation of inference chips for AI. NVIDIA's got training chips in a pretty good place. We think the next focus has to be on inference, application of AI models, not just training. And we think chips required for that have to be more specialized. Britain has amazing R&D strengths. ARM has a great history. There are other startups in this context as well. ARM has more people designing chips in Bangalore than it does in the UK. And so to me, the quality and depth and scale of electrical engineering talent in India is a huge opportunity for the UK and India to be able to partner together in a way that I think will ultimately mean greater strategic leverage for the UK, greater strategic leverage for India developing its own chip ecosystem even further.
Elaborate more on that opportunity for talent cooperation, collaboration and innovation collaboration. Where can the two countries work best together when it comes to those issues, talent and innovation?
Well, I think on talent, the areas of our mutual complementarity are the obvious areas of talent exchanges. So to me, some of that is to do with fundamental R&D intensive areas in the AI stack. So chip design is going to be one. There are some very significant strengths in life sciences, both here and in India, which is going to be really critical. Clean energy is going to be another. And so there's a series of areas of R&D intensity where I think talent exchanges are critical. And so we've been working, obviously, I was delighted at plans from UK universities to open very targeted presence in India, looking at areas where India is going to be a great partner for the UK as well. So that's on the sort of R&D intensive side. I also think one of the things we neglect in the AI debate is that the fundamental economic value comes from adoption rather than just invention. And when you think about adoption, what the Indian system integrators have done over a long period of time, and I think the role that they'll be able to play in the future if they transform themselves alongside AI is really critical because they have scale, which drives adoption in a series of firms and sectors in a way that I think we can really benefit from. So those are two areas where I think at the intersection of talent and innovation, there are deep partnerships with the UK and India.
Could you, as we're on this subject, just elaborate on what AI sovereignty is? Because it's become a hot topic. We don't need to delve too much into it because of what's been happening recently with this mythos and fable news. What actually, just for us in the room, is AI sovereignty and how important is it?
Well, look, so I think it's incredibly important. So let me lay out the case for importance before defining it. Yeah. The case for importance is that I feel very strongly that the future of our AI capability is the single most important question for the future of our economic security and national security. Economic security, because in the short term, if you look at countries that are growing, the United States, for example, the primary source of capital investment driving that growth is AI infrastructure. Over the long term, I think the future of jobs and transformation of most of our sectors, the primary determinant of that is going to be AI capability. On national security, if you look at what is determining who wins or loses in conflicts, whether that's in Ukraine or Iran, it's not the scale of your conventional artillery, it's the quality of your drone and counter-drone defense system capability, which is underpinned by AI. If you look in the domestic context, the largest domestic risks for many firms in the context of episodes like Marks and Spencer and JLR has been the quality of your both offensive and defensive cyber capabilities as a country. And so right across the stack, wherever you look at, in this question, particularly economic and national security, the central determinant of those features for the country is going to be the quality of our AI capability. And so then, of course, in sovereign terms, you want to be able to exercise influence in that capability as well. And the way I define sovereignty is effectively to talk about strategic leverage. Do we have enough inputs that are critical to a particular technology, the NVIDIA GPU question? Do we have it from a diversified enough source so that we can be confident that we'll have it not just today, but tomorrow, and at an economic rate? That is the question of diversification. And do we, in critical areas of deployment and development, have it fully incorporated and based in Britain as well? And so I think that pragmatic look at strategic leverage, I think crystallized in a very singular test, which is in 3 years' time, you're sitting at the negotiation table with the United States, with Taiwan, with South Korea, with the French, the Dutch, the Germans, countries which actually have a very material set of choke points in the stack. Does Britain have enough chips at the table to be able to secure access to those things on an ongoing basis? That, to me, is a sort of very practical test of sovereignty.
We didn't have enough chips on the table, it seems, to get a carve-out from the US on fable and mythos. Why is that? What does that tell us?
Well, let me dispute the diagnosis first. And so Britain was, I think, the only country outside the United States which had pre-deployment access to all of those models, to be able to test them through the AI Security Institute in my department, to be able to understand the risks, to work with the National Cybersecurity Center so that we could then secure critical national infrastructure. So the starting point in terms of diagnosis is that actually outside of the United States, Britain was the only country that had some chips. Now, we didn't have as many chips as I'd have liked.
But we did have early access, I'll give you that.
We had some chips at the table.
Yeah.
But look, the broader claim is right, which is that at the moment, having sufficient chips for the fullest version of access to AI capabilities requires you to build very fundamental presence in parts of the stack. And that's why we are relentlessly focused. We've launched a $500 million sovereign AI fund, focused on parts of the stack I described earlier. We're focused on this $1.1 billion AI hardware plan as well. We think across the globe, both in terms of scale of public fiscal expenditure, but much more than that, the way in which we're thinking about partnering in terms of market design and such that private capital can come in. I think Britain, of sort of what I'd call the broad middle power coalition, is probably the most advanced in trying to build chips on the table.
Yeah, I want to ask about continuity of policy, because without delving too much into it, we know that there's going to be a 7th Prime Minister in 10 years. That's been discussed. You're safe. I won't go there. But there is instability, Minister, and we're all AI enthusiasts. Does that instability now extend to AI policy? Can you assure us that all the work you've been doing does have enough institutional weight to survive a change of leadership team?
Yeah, look, I think I have limited agency in the continuity of politics, but on the question of continuity of policy, I feel much more assured.
Yeah.
And I feel so for a couple of reasons. One, I think there's a pretty enduring demand signal from the British public and within the Labour Party that the pursuit of prosperity spread across the country and dignity for people when it comes to regulatory questions on AI and social media, that the conjunction of those two things precisely captures the British public's intent. And I think that is going to remain an enduring demand pull for whatever the political face looks like. The second thing that has happened in the last 10 months since I've been in this job is, in my feeling, a very compelling sense that, of course, government has pulled all the levers that matter: capital, compute, data, visas, partnerships internationally, all of that has come together. But the fundamental impact of that has been a cultural moment in Britain, where you now get founders and venture investors and academics and civil society and government partnering in a very totemic way. And I think stopping that juggernaut of progress when you've got all those stakeholders and a cultural moment of the sort that we've got captured in this summer spirit of Brit-maxing, I think it's quite hard to deny that progressing in the future.
Yeah, we have another minute. I know you've got to dash off. Thank you for giving us your time. Let's come back to the deal. July 15th, the massive day, comes into force. Just What does it mean for you? What does it mean for the two countries, this very deep collaboration, this coming together, and finally this date where we can really hit the ground running?
Look, I think it's a remarkable moment. I remember in opposition, we were promised an FTA by that Diwali many years ago, and it was a total delight that we were so quick. So I have to pay testament and tribute to all the teams and diplomatic teams on both the UK and India sides for getting us across the line. But to me, the biggest gift is that we're now able to come together. And I think the psychological, instinctive ease that each of us in this room has felt, that the UK and India are the primary partners when it comes to capital supply, business partnerships, academic partnerships, government-to-government relationships, and at the heart of it, people-to-people relationships, that psychological and instinctive ease will now scale because anyone, whether that's an investor outside of our countries or within our countries, thinking about international expansion, can say, in a very fraught and fragmented geopolitical context, the UK and India are mutual collective safe harbors for each other in terms of international capital flows. And so I think that instinctive ease that the 15th July moment marks is a very significant contribution. I remember when an investor thinking about investing in Indian startups as well, it came instinctively to me, but to be able to now say that the UK and India are in a position of such deep formalized trust, I think opens the doors for many other people to reach that position of ease as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Thank you very much. Right, just before lunch, let's get Ben back up here. Ben, you're speaking to the CEO of Oxford Nanopore Technologies.
Mark, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, we've talked so much today, haven't we, about capital flows, institutional allocation, that partnership between the UK and India. Now, the next conversation we're going to have really does ground that in a single, very tangible piece of technology. Oxford Nanopore sequences technology that's moved from research to actually reshaping how the world detects, tracks, and responds to disease. It is a very British success story, but the real test may be now how it scales into new markets like India, where the gap between ambition and infrastructure remains huge. So, as Mark said, to talk us through that, please welcome Francis van Paris, who's the Chief Executive of Oxford Nanopore. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Please grab a seat. Let's go on there. Yeah, let's go in the middle. Nice to see you, Francis. Thanks so much for being here. And I sort of introduced it there. And I want you to give us an oversight, really, in terms of sort of what you are doing, how you are doing it, and I suppose what you are most excited about. Before we get into the UK-India thing, what is it you're working on right now that you're most excited about?
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I joined Oxford Nanopore in the beginning of March, so it's still relatively early days, but what got me really excited about joining this company is the potential of the technology and the fact that it is at an inflection point in terms of where it can scale towards the markets. It can now serve in a really impactful and meaningful way. As you mentioned in the opening, it is a platform that had primarily use in research and academic settings, where a lot of proof of principle has been generated for clinical applications and applications in biomanufacturing that really are going to accelerate our understanding of disease progression and actually start enabling for real precision medicine in areas like oncology, in areas like rare disease, newborn screening, in infectious disease, themes and disease areas that are particularly relevant for a market like India. Yeah. And so what I'm working on is to bring the technology from where it has been to bring it to a level of scale from a supply chain manufacturing standpoint, from a regulatory capability standpoint, from a commercial standpoint, to markets like India and start realizing that opportunity.
What I find fascinating about what you do is your organizations in this industry don't need to be huge, but actually what you do can be so consequential. It can have so many implications right around the world. What makes now the time to be doing it? What are the things that are going to reshape how we approach research into disease, applications, treatments? What are we on the cusp of right now?
Yeah. Well, as I said, we have seen in research settings that there's some real proof of principle how we can enable things like metagenomics. Metagenomics is, and it's done here at St. Guy's and St. Thomas's Hospital, where we started 5 years ago with an investment with the NHS and started to look at patients in the ICU with the respiratory problems, and using hypothesis-free, meaning you don't need to know what you're looking for, ways of identifying pathogens in patients, which then allows us to reduce the time in ICU, be more precise in the treatment with antibiotics, and starting to measure and improve antimicrobial resistance, as an example. It's just one example. We see the same in tumor profiling for cancer. We see the same in laboratory tests that show how we can identify leukemia in a much more impactful and faster manner, allowing for faster treatment. The real challenge now is to embed that in the clinic, and embed that into real patient impact.
I suppose it's the nature of the industry, and given the potential treatments, is that you can never go fast enough. That's Everybody's always wanting you to be further ahead than you are. And there's a lot of hype. How difficult is it to maybe ignore that hype, live up to expectation, but make sure that what you're able to deliver is achievable, it's manageable, it's scalable, without getting caught up in all of that hype?
It's a great question. Actually, this company is 20 years old, right? And it started in a research lab in Oxford University. The technology had to mature. It had to be manufacturable at scale. It had to really prove itself with this level of accuracy that enables some of the applications I was talking about. Arguably, the hard work has been done. And so we're now at a, I'm not saying what's ahead of us is easy, but we're at a point now where we need to look at how to globalize and scale this technology in markets where needs are different, where regulatory obstacles are there, and how we navigate that well, how we mature as a business, respond to customer needs in a more with a better experience, and so. That has its own challenges, and you know, we're bringing some expertise into the business to do so. But it has also a real opportunity. India is a great example of what that opportunity looks like. A huge population, fantastic scientific credibility, and then clinical needs around infectious disease, antimicrobial resistance, rare disease, specific newborn screening opportunities, with at the same time a real intent from the government to put national programs in place that, you know, as example, the Indian Genome Project, the National Rare Disease Program. So those will really facilitate companies like us to enable to put the national infrastructure in place that the country needs in order to really make meaningful progress.
And that's the thing, this isn't just about you viewing India maybe as an emerging market opportunity. Given what you've said, this is about making sure it's at the leading edge of what you want to do. How do you do that? You know, we'll talk about this all day. One thing is the ambition and allowing the frameworks to make that happen. For you, how does that happen?
Yeah, it starts at a high level, because, as you say, it's not just India is not an opportunity or a country that we just sell into. It's not just where you search for a distributor and try to get your technology adopted. It starts with things like this free trade agreement. It then translates into embedding yourself in national programs like the ones I mentioned. We have also signed, or we are about to sign, in fact, MOUs with the CDFD, with the NIB, MAMG, which are key institutions with meaningful programs that are going to help us embed our technology in health systems. And the objective of those partnerships is to help building the infrastructure, do training, do centers of excellence, educate clinicians about how to use the technology to best effect, how to translate it into clinical impact fast enough, and build standard operating procedures. So you build it from you know, several levels. You need to be on the ground with your commercial infrastructure, but you need to be working in partnership with the national institutions, working with the government. And what the free trade agreement allows us to do is do that with confidence in the future, because it's not just a short-term investment.
And given what you've said then, it also strikes me that this isn't about a one-way thing, that you're exporting technology or know-how to India. This is about you learning on the ground, and whether that's the economic opportunity, maybe the medical challenge, that what you learn there will shape how you operate elsewhere.
Absolutely. The wealth of clinical evidence that we now have the opportunity to generate by building that infrastructure is fantastic. Infectious disease is one of the most prevalent countries is India. And so the information that comes back will help us export or put that clinical evidence to use and enable our understanding of the progression of disease, which then advances the clinical and scientific community again.
You talked about the FTA. What does that unlock for you on a day-to-day basis? What will that allow you to do that 2 weeks ago was still an ambition?
Yeah. I think it's really meaningful because it gives businesses confidence. It gives businesses confidence that it's not just about realizing a commercial opportunity. It does that too, to a certain extent, is the tariff implication, which enables a much faster import into the country. It enables access to tenders, and that's quite meaningful. I was informed this gives us access to maybe more than 40,000 tenders that we would like to capture some value from. But it also actually gives you the long-term confidence to make decisions that may have a bigger role and contribution to building the infrastructure I was talking about. Things like localized manufacturing, things like R&D capability, and utilizing the real capability that the country has in a longer term fashion, and so building those training centers, etc. You don't do that for overnight gain of business. You do that because you're committed to a longer term future.
Now, I was talking to Kiran Mamzam-Tashore from Biocon a little earlier, and she said one of the key issues for her was still regulation that proves to be problematic, and despite efforts to kind of cut regulation and allow people to self-regulate, that's still an issue. Is that the same for you, or do you think it will be the same?
Regulation is always, is absolutely necessary. It is there for patient safety, so we take it really seriously. But as you think about adopting new technologies into the clinic, that sometimes can be a challenge. And so it's important as we think about the free trade agreements and the MOUs we have around health and life science. If you think about the implementation of those, it will be key to partner with the regulatory agencies to accelerate adoption into the clinic and to see this as a meaningful impact, as the technology that can make meaningful impact and therefore potentially can be fast-tracked. So as an example, that could be one of the ways of accelerating implementation.
And your business will thrive on data, quite clearly, but data sharing, and also that's a regulation issue too as well, isn't it? About the access to the wealth of data you'll be able to generate by operating in India at scale, but about the regulations of how you can use that data and what it will be used for. How do you navigate that?
Yeah, and for the most part, the data we generate is actually generated for the customer who has purchased the technology. So we don't necessarily directly engage in the management of that of the data. So as we work with the institutions, it will be proprietary to them, but we will enable the fast analysis. We will enable the data management from a technology standpoint. So from a regulatory standpoint, I think it's one where the government can also connect the regulatory agencies, the technology enabler, and then the institutions who actually use the data.
As you said, relatively new in the job. What has been your biggest surprise? What is the thing that has most surprised you about the business? And also, what's the hardest bit to get right?
Yeah. A technology like this is, I can honestly say, is quite unique. And what has surprised me even more than what I knew before I joined is how passionate our employees, our customers, our partners around the world are about the potential of the technology. It's incredible. That's the first thing everybody says. Followed on by if only we could deploy it at scale, and the complexity that's associated with that. And that comes with improving the customer experience, ease of use, deploying it in various settings, which our technology has the potential for in distributed settings, in centralized settings, and anything in between. So to really make that potential happen, I think that's the one that is a complex exercise, and I look forward to tackle in the future.
What is your vision? You know, what is the thing when you went in for that job interview to get this job and you said, this is what I will do with the company? What is that?
I believe in a world where biological data are going to fundamentally change health economics and health outcomes for countries, for patients, for society. And I want the platform that we have to build a highly impactful role in that world. And so that's where Oxford Nanopore comes in. We already play a really meaningful impact with the richness of the data that we generate, the way we do it in terms of how fast we can generate them. We can do it in a distributed nature. And I think all of those are highly relevant in that future world where speed, richness of information, and close to patients is going to be critical to be successful.
I look forward to watching it unfold. Really good to talk to you. I know it is time for lunch. It smells good, but please put your hands together and thank Francis van Paris. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity. It is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, It is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, It is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity. It is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, It is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, It is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, It is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity. It is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, It is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, It is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks. What if your next conversation didn't just inspire you, but opened a global opportunity? IGF Networks brings together global leaders, innovators, and decision makers, not to talk about the future, but to shape it. Rooted in India's global story and connected to the world's opportunity, it is a thoughtfully curated community where members gain access to powerful networks, strategic insight, and private platforms where real influence is built. It's built on values that matter: impact, integrity, innovation, and trust. Because this is more than a membership. It's belonging to a global community, shaping what comes next. Register your interest for IGF Networks.
The world is shifting, economies are rewiring, and one platform is connecting the people waiting to be a part of the India growth story. India Global Forum is where the world meets global India. an exclusive platform connecting leaders, investors, policymakers, and change makers across continents, bringing together ideas, investment, and influence. Our stages spark change. Our premium and unmatched curated experiences unlock new possibilities. We connect the dots between tech and policy, innovation and investment, business and diplomacy. For our partners, IGF is more than a platform. It's a launchpad. It is access, visibility, gravitas. From India to UK, UAE to USA, we bring you to the heart of the conversations that power the next era of progress. We believe India's growth is the world's opportunity, and we are the gateway to seize it. This is where global ambition meets Indian momentum, where governments, investors, founders, and thinkers move from talk to trust to action. This is where ideas go global.
I know it is increasingly hot, but it is going to be really worthwhile this afternoon. So as I said this morning, we've run through so many different issues, but every single conversation, it struck me, has sort of one theme, the underlying question of how do countries with this much shared ambition, this much capacity, finally use this landmark trade agreement to convert that into something pretty sustainable and at scale, and something that is going to be truly transformative. Our next guest has built and led businesses across telecoms, agriculture, financial services, and beyond. They've done so at a scale that spans continents. He's been consistently one of the clearest and most grounded voices on what India's growth story actually means in practice, in policy, and in people. So I'm delighted to welcome for our first session after lunch, please welcome Rajan Bhatti Mittal, who's the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Bharti Enterprises. Nice to see you. Please grab a seat. I'm going to give you this too.
Thank you.
It's good to see you. Thank you for being here. And there's a lot we could get into, but I'm interested for this session to sort of zoom out a little bit. I want us to look at the bigger picture of what's happening right now, because you spend decades, different sectors, different industries, and I'm interested in where we are right now, given the headwinds that we're seeing in the global economy, wars in Europe, multilateralism dying, Trump's trade tariffs, nationalism growing in so many parts of the world. What is India's place in all of that right now?
First of all, this is the most challenging, I would say, session. Normally, it's called a graveyard session. People have had lunch. They're pretty in a different zone, but we'll try to excite them.
No pressure.
That's a job. I think we are going through a very turbulent times. And I wouldn't say India alone. The global headwinds, the way we see, in the entire continent in Europe, UK, parts of Asia, it's a turbulent time. There is no doubt about that. Having said that, I think with all the turbulence that we are seeing, India still remains a bright spark and a bright patch. And I'll give you the reasons. Firstly, is led by the government. You know, governments of the day, and especially in countries like India, they really set the tone. And I can tell you, I'm a veteran now. I'm 67 years old. I've seen many prime ministers. I've seen many governments. After a long time, and I have to say, as a businessman, as an Indian, every government has contributed in a different way. Times were different. But this government, which has come with a majority, this is the third term, and Prime Minister understands that the economic powers will define and drive the strength of the country, the growth of the country. Keeping that in mind, despite that, as you talked about the headwinds, India is still growing 6.5%, 6.7%, 6.8% of GDP. Mm-hmm. Look around us, UK, Europe, even China, US, 1.2, 1.3, 1.5. The global average is 2.3 or 2.2. So clearly, we have an advantage of a different kind. Huge internal consumption. Our median age is 28. It's a young country, talented country. Let's not forget that there's only young, it's talented. So there is internal growth, despite all that is happening. While there will be challenges, everybody has challenges. But I think as a country, we have understood those challenges, try to mitigate them, and ensure that this growth engine is there.
And I wonder what, given the benefit of your experience, I mean, look, you've operated through some of the biggest changes, liberalisation, the infrastructure decade, the digital revolution, quite clearly now the headwinds we've just talked about. Does this time feel fundamentally different? Or is this just inevitable in the way that the global economy will operate? There will always be challenges and always headwinds, and how an economy, how an organisation positions itself to deal with those challenges is the true test.
You know, I've seen enough decades, enough seasons. There's always disruption, one or the other. We have faced many disruptions, particularly a country of our size, you know, the kind of population that we have. The disruption on technology today that, as I see, is acute. There is no doubt in my mind that this disruption that we are seeing today is of a very different kind. But don't undermine the human capacity. The good part is the human capacity to take these challenges in their stride is also fantastically managed well. India has seen many events. We've seen events where I would say not by design, but by default, India went into 1991 into a different strategy to open the markets. We were a very closed economy, socialist closed economy. People used to say, this used to be a joke, Hindu rate of growth, and that was actually the case. Now, if you see from 91 onwards, look at the mapping of India. We have gone through many challenges to reach where we are. So clearly, disruptions will happen. It's a given. The advent of AI today, as we see, I run a telecom company, so I understand technology a little more closer. But it will also create different jobs. It will create different mindset. It will create different ways of working. It's not about that AI will take over the human scope. We have to re-energize, we have to re-engage, we have to re-challenge. And I'm not talking only about India. Every country must do that, because if you don't change, these things are inevitable.
Yes.
So clearly the growth path, as I see from an Indian point of view, and as you will see, India is about $4 trillion economy. We are about 58% of our growth, or the GDP comes from services industry. We need to pivot that. I'm a strong believer, and I have to say I've been proven wrong. I always thought India to pivot into manufacturing will be a difficult job. But credit to this government, especially the Prime Minister, who has taken a challenge to say, India must pivot to at least 20% of GDP to manufacturing. And if you see our last 5 years of manufacturing growth, with PLI schemes, with different engagements, global challenges to our immediate neighbor, as you see, a lot of manufacturing is moving to countries like India. So I think we are at the cusp where we will start managing services, trade, manufacturing, and agriculture.
What does history tell you about how you respond to a challenge like we're facing now? You say the tech disruption is unprecedented. What are the themes that you say you have, that you would acknowledge you have learned from dealing with previous challenges that will define whether you will be successful again?
You know, as an entrepreneur, I can say you have to be nimble. And as a nation also, I would say you will have to go along with the changes. To say disruption will not happen in any humanity, if you see the history of humanity, is disruption. And we don't need to go that far back. Just a few years back, the world was in a tizzy with COVID. A lot of people had given up and saying, what's going to happen? But the challenges as they come, and that's the thing, the fundamental human resilience brings out to manage those challenges. So every few years there are challenges, there are black swan events, it happens. Who would have thought just recently the whole war is put the global system, or the leadership somewhere has put the global system in a tizzy. But people do manage, people find a way. We spoke about it on how countries are engaging with each other. The way we see multilateralism is dead. All the institutions, if you see, are pretty much there. Are they effective? No. Starting from UN to WTO, and I can name many organizations. Everything's become now bilateral. FTAs nobody ever thought of FTAs years back. Today, FTAs is the only way to handle things, because all the multilateral agencies today either have given up, they don't have the power to control people. So the globalization which was probably the in thing a few years back, today has actually become a localization. Everybody's now being defensive. Nationalism has taken over. So every country will have to find its own sweet spot. They have to find their own relationships. They have to find their own way of working. I still believe, and I say it's coming from the country, it's not always competition. We need to co-create. And this is where, when I spoke in this morning, when Minister had come also, Mr. Goyal, what does FTA really means, Ben? It's not about competition. It's co-creation. Can a UK and India, which are politically aligned, which are democracies, which are almost the same kind of GDPs. Take this into the next level in 15, 20 years to co-create, and there's enough to do that.
I mean, this is UK India Week. It's the 10th year that we've done this, so quite clearly the focus is on that important relationship. But the India story, as we know, is about so much more as well, isn't it? It's about China. It's about competition with the United States. It's about India's place in the world. What does that look like right now?
The way I see, let me see from outside in. If you are a global company and India is not on the CEO's, let me say, or the boardroom discussion, I would challenge that CEO.
Mm-hmm.
Where will you go for growth? Will you go to Europe? Answer is no. Will you go to US? Still the answer is no. So there are technology creations, there are financial creations, and then there are consumption creations. India is that story of consumption, where all parameters are met. You're a 28-year-old educated class. You have a middle class, upper class, which consumes. So in that sense, India becomes a very powerful story for any international company or anybody who's wanting to go global.
Yeah.
That's a given.
But do you think that what often happens is it's about those very visible sectors, isn't it? International firms will look at India and say it's about technology, it's about infrastructure, it's about financial services. They get all the headlines. Are international investors finally realising there is more to India than just those three key sectors? Is that happening?
As I said, till now, as the services led the growth, so all these areas came in, the technology, the financial services, so on and so forth. Now the manufacturing is taking a spike.
Mm-hmm.
So the China plus one, as they're calling it, as manufacturing grows, the jobs will grow, the consumption internally will grow, countries will be ready to export. This morning I was hearing the minister, he talked about JCB, which is a UK company, which is coming to India and leading globally. Big continent of 1 billion people, which is Africa, has been missed out over the years by all the, I would say, advanced countries, be it Europe, US of the world. Who's gone there? Either India in a smaller capacity or China.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't India not become a gateway for the Europeans and UKs of the world to start producing in India for 1 billion population, which is again a consuming and a growing continent? So you have to chase growth eventually. And you have to partner, and that's what I use the word very, co-creation. We need to be partners. And India provides that gateway to be a partner, which you have rule of law, you have democracy, you have elected governments, you have strong regulators, strong judiciary. You don't want to go to partner a country where you don't know while you invested is very easy, but when you have to take out probably your dollars, it may be a challenging. This never happens in India. Let me give you an example of Hyundai, a car company from Korea, which is invested in India. If you see their figures, they've just done an IPO. And the kind of success that they've had. So clearly, it's a position that India wants to create as a trusted partner, long-term partner in every which way.
I think it's fair to say that for decades we've talked about India being a decade away from its full economic potential. Are we finally at the point where we can stop saying that?
I think we're on the growth ladder. I wouldn't say that we should stop saying that. Definitely we are in a different stratosphere that we were, let's say, 10, 15 years back. But if you would think question, has India met its potential? Answer is no. India has a long way to go, and this is where the partnerships between Indian entrepreneurs, partners from outside, our governments, not only central but even state governments. You have to understand also, India is a big country. It's kind of a continent, so to say. Every state has its own, levers. Every state wants to increase their own productivity. Every state is inviting today, competing against the other states. And that's good news.
Yeah. I want to end, we've got a few minutes left, with some advice for people in the room, because I think you've got a a lot of experience in a lot of different fields and a lot of different sectors. So I don't want you to sort of offer advice on sectors or particular strategies, but some of those deeper characteristics, traits that people in this room may focus on. What will be the defining skills, character traits that will get people in this room through the next decade, do you think?
One thing which is missing, and I think the leadership has to take cognizant of, and including us as the business leaders, is our investment in research and development.
Right.
Nations don't grow if the research and development does not happen. If you really look at some of the other markets, some of the other nations, what is their strength? Technology, which came through development, which means we need to invest more on R&D, which means we need to invest more in universities, education, skill development, new generation technologies, AI. You know, the education of yesterday that we went through is passé. We have to start thinking differently.
Questioning.
We have to question. We have to actually manage our things differently. And research and development, to my mind, is one of the weak link we need to improve. So clearly, those are, I would say, job tickets that we as entrepreneurs, business people, and I would say political leaders have to step in. There's no doubt. My advice has always been, do something which is force for good. Don't just build businesses, build institutions. Institutions last. Governance. You know, sometimes, you know, we take shortcuts for governance. We have to have a long term, because the markets will pay you for your governance. It will not pay you for a short term quarterly results. It'll pay you for your strategy for a long term. Create leaders, not followers. So clearly, I run a company today which is a homegrown company, started with nothing. Today, we're the second largest telecom company in the world with 650 million customers. We run in 15 countries in Africa, South Asia, India. We're the largest shareholders in British Telecom here, as you're aware. So clearly, the global companies can be created out of India. There's depth, there's talent, and we don't have to really look around, see the top list of the global tech companies. At every head, you'll find an Indian name, and that's a very proud moment for us.
But if they turned around to you and said, Rajan, you built your businesses in a very different environment, a very different economic environment with very different challenges, is that fair? I mean, what would you do differently if you were doing it now?
Well, I would do the same what I did. Work hard, diligently, and I always advise people, especially in India, if you can do business in India, it's like driving a car in India. If you drive a car in India, you can drive any part of the world. Trust me. We know how to maneuver those things. I won't do anything different. If I were to advise the leadership side, I would say probably India should have opened our shores earlier than 90s. We would have been a different economy. We were a very closed economy. But everything has its own time, everything has its own challenges. And I don't want to, belabor much, but when I see around the globe, it's not a very bright picture, that I can tell you.
As I said, the 10th UK-India week. If we meet again 10 years from now, and I hope we won't leave it that long, but if we did, what would have changed, do you think?
Firstly, India would be in a different ranking. That I can tell you. The next 10 years is defining years for our country, defining years for the new generation, defining years for a global economy. India will be at today we're at the top table, we're probably the high table. Definitely, there's no doubt in my mind. It'll be a different India that you'll be looking at. We're at $4 trillion. Even if you do the maths, at the growth that we are doing, will be more like $10 trillion plus. Where are you going to find a nation of consumption of 10 trillion for whole lot of goods and services? India will be in a very different trajectory that you will see. You're young. I'm not that young.
I'm not that young either. And I don't want to end on a pessimistic note, so we'll go on after this. But if that doesn't happen, what will have gone wrong, briefly?
It will happen.
Yeah. And that answered my question. We can end on a positive note. Rajan Bhatti Mittal, really good to talk to you. Thank you for being with us. We could talk all day, but thank you, ladies and gents. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate that. Now, slightly change to the advertised programme, but I want to introduce Manoj, who is going to come back, and he's going to speak with the Finance Minister of Gujarat. Manoj.
Thank you ever so much, Ben. Always a very difficult act to follow, but we are going to try our best. We're delighted to have with us here today Minister Kanubhai Desai, the Finance Minister of a state that I think most of you would have heard of, Gujarat, the state of Gandhi, the state of Sardar Patel, and the state of Modi. I wanted to pick up, Minister, on the conversation that we've just had about a defining moment. And Rajan Bharti Mittal talked about the response to the next 10 years being a defining moment for India. Could you tell us a little bit about where Gujarat is in its development agenda and where you're seeing the areas of growth?
Good afternoon. I can see Gujarat now as a financial city, gift city. It will have a good data center, which Mr. Bharti also is proposing. Gujarat will have data center policy and data center will be in action. See, semiconductors, Taiwan is the leading, but now Gujarat has 5 plants for semiconductors, and Gujarat also will lead in the semiconductors in next 5 to 7 years because all the ecosystem is in place. Another is the Commissioner of Services. So we are looking for a IT services, tourism services, and in 2025 we had 1,000 financial entities gathered at GIFT City giving their plans for expansions, and we are definitely going to be a financial hub as well as semiconductors and other technology hub in near future.
And for the people in this room, and there are people watching online, if you could give us a brief overview of Gujarat's from a facts and stats perspective. You're a businessman. You're the finance minister. Where is Gujarat today from a finance perspective and its economic credentials?
I will say that Gujarat has a very strong financial base since Mr. Modi ji was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. Right now, when Corona period was there, all other states were looking for a finance, but Gujarat had the financial capabilities, and Gujarat can take 27% of GDP, but Gujarat had used only 13%. That shows how strong Gujarat is. And all our service sectors are performing very well. All our citizens, you can say that when the government is continuously running over the 25 years, that shows that the deliveries are at a place in a time and in a good manner.
In your reply to my first question, you went straight in and you talked about Gift City, and we've heard a lot over the last few hours and across this week about Gift City. But there is, of course, various other special economic regions within Gujarat that are being developed, such as Dholera and others. Could you give us a quick insight into the strategy, the thinking, and the breadth and scale of these activities? Because it is phenomenal.
Dholera is a special investment region. In Dholera is bigger than Singapore, I can say that. And there is a separate airport is also coming there. Many 3 or 4 semiconductor companies have come. There are many aerospace opportunities are also there. And even small MSME entrepreneurs can also enter into that because it is organized in that manner. And we are also having a lot of services on drones. So drone industries is also going to be there. Plus, we are strong in textile, in pharmaceutical. And textile, we are having a separate parks, which is government has declared, like PM Mitra Park, PM Pharma Park, and Tolera also is going to be a very, we are also developing this satellite city around Tolera so that people and the labor also can stay there.
But do you find that there's a phenomenal amount of progress and work, and I see it. I go very often to Gujarat, and I see the progress there. But do you feel the competition from other states?
I will take the word which Mr. Bharti has given, that it is not a competition, but it is a cooperation and co-working, so that all other states, I think one good work which is done in India is GST. It has given the level competition to everybody because the GST is same for all the states. And that is how all the states are working together. See, Gujarat has started in 2003, much earlier than other states. But now, after 2014, since Modi ji has taken up as the Prime Minister of India, there are many states have started the investment, global investment summits, and they are also getting good amount of investments from FDI. Like UP has the defense corridor, Karnataka is also doing well. Even Andhra Pradesh, he said, the data center, and Andhra Pradesh is also on but we all are in a same line because at central the same government is there.
The double engine government. That's there. Tell me a bit about how the governance regime of Gujarat differs from, when you started your career, you were in business, and I think people may not know this. For many years, you were in business, and you built and helped build a global company. What was it like then, and what is it like now to build a business in Gujarat?
See, when we started in Gujarat, there were a lot of deficiencies in the administrations. We can say that there was no communication system, there was no roads, even the transportation was not in order. But nowadays, even I will say that till the Bhopal incidents, even environment management system was also not in order. But after that, since after 95, we had a common effluent treatment plant, so that is CETP, that treats all the effluent of the total industrial clusters and put it in a right way. Like that, even now, we have gone further and we are putting up the treated effluent to the deep sea pipeline, and most of our bigger estates are connected to the deep sea pipeline. So that is a very good achievements we have done, and there is no loss to the marine life. Like that, all other, see, we are also having a lot of ITIs who can train people, and we get good trained manpower. For Micron, they have started semiconductor. We have started a special ITI for them, and we could supply them the manpower which they wanted.
Minister, one final question. You are here in the UK, and your team with Madam Mamta Verma, Vikrant Pandey, and a delegation of Gujarati business leaders came over, and we were in the West Midlands, and I see Nil Rami of the West Midlands Growth Company here as well. We had a fantastic 2 days where we actually went deep into the opportunities between the two regions, Gujarat and the West Midlands. But from your perspective, Minister, what do you see as the 2 or 3 big opportunities that the UK presents to Gujarat and Gujarat to the UK?
See, I must say that the foundation is already there. Gujarat's contribution in India's export to UK is 14%. It is very high than any other states. And UK requires, see, 99% of the items which is now there is no tariff. It will help Gujarat a lot, and UK also will get a very good quality material. There are so many opportunities for England also. Like Warwickshire, they said that they can have their university there. What Mr. Mittal said, it is absolutely right. We are behind in R&D. And if this UK can give us R&D and other strength, we can definitely work together for better for the future.
Absolutely. Thank you ever so much. This was a rapid fire type of session, and it was, thank you very much for giving those insights. Gujarat has always had a first mover advantage over the years, and you've proven that again by coming here with your delegation. So thank you ever so much for those wonderful insights, and I'm sure people will be reaching out to you over the coming day or two whilst you're here as well. So the minister's here if anybody would like to have a conversation with him and his excellent team. By all means, speak to the IGF team and we can make that happen. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you both. Yes, see you later. Right. India meets Britain. Capital growth and innovation. Let's get my two guests up to the stage. Anuj Chande, Corporate Finance Partner and Head of South Asia Business Group at Grant Thornton. Anuj, please make your way to the stage. And Ashish Gupta, Head of EMEA and Corporate VP at HCL Technologies. Let's give them a big round of applause. Sit there, Anuj and Ash. Let me sit there. Yeah, that's good. Gentlemen, I'm not going to plug this quite yet, but it's coming. All of Anuj's hard work. The deal, gentlemen, the deal we are all excited about comes into force on July the 15th. In a word or two, how excited are you? What does it mean to you personally? Go.
Ask me first. I'm extremely excited. I'm excited at the fact that we have signed the agreement and it's coming into effect. I think we're now going to get into the execution phase where the real excitement happens, where the tangible benefits of the UK and the FTA that have been signed will actually come to fruition. And I think it'll be the beginning of the journey. This is just the beginning. Yeah. The train is leaving the station and it's going at a fast speed.
The train is leaving the station, Ashish. Come on, give me some more.
Yeah, so, the UK-India corridor in tech has been very strong. Yeah. It's been there for quite some time, but I would say largely dominated by very large companies on the consumer side in the UK and very large tech companies like HCL Technologies, right? I think purely from the FTA standpoint, your co-creation was a word which was used. I think it deepens that corridor and it makes that co-creation possibility a lot more. It can go deeper than the skimming which has been happening so far.
Yeah, deeper than the skimming. We're going to come back to the FTA in the context of this. Someone's been laboring over this. He's put all his sweat and blood into this. You've got copies all around the place, available in all good bookshops, top of the New York Times bestsellers list. India Meets Britain Tracker 2026. Give us a soup song, Anuj. What's the essence of that?
I think what our latest report has shown is actually the whole noise and buzz about the India-UK FTA that's been sort of negotiating for the last 2-3 years actually has translated to increased investment into India. What I was surprised at was that we've had a 60% increase in the number of Indian companies in the UK, so we're just under 2,000, contributing just over 100 billion pounds in turnover and employing over 200,000 employees. So I was surprised at the sheer increase, and definitely I see that, again, I'm referring back to the train, it is moving in the right direction.
Why are Indian firms, Anuj, outrunning the market they're actually operating in? So the tracker companies grew 61% on average against the UK economy expanding at just 1%. Why is that?
I think it's 2 or 3 things. Number one is the sectors that they're in. So technology is obviously one of the main sectors that these fast growth companies operate in. Something like 33% historically of our fast track companies are in the technology sector, which itself with the emergence of new technologies leads to an increased growth. I think the second thing is it goes back to the agility and entrepreneurism of Indian companies. They're much more agile to dealing with the challenges. Previous speakers referred to challenges. They're much more agile at dealing with challenges that take place. And I think the third thing is the entrepreneurial spirit. I'll give you an example. When we were in the of JLR by Tata Motors, and the company had never made a profit in its entire history, and within literally something like 6 months of the business being taken over, the company generated a positive EBITDA.
Yeah.
And that was partly, I mean, one example was the way that the Tata managed the working capital cycle. And that was just through Indian sort of entrepreneurism and agility in actually, making sure that working capital cycle was reduced.
Yeah, actually, one of the interesting things about the report is it calls the UK a base for serving Europe, which made me think of you. So not just a market in itself, but a base for serving Europe. Is that still true after Brexit, or would you say the case has weakened?
Yeah, I've sort of used that quite often. Actually, the way to think is when most Indian IT services firms started off in Europe, we obviously started with the UK. So, English advantage, the wives want to come here, kids want to study here, all of that sort of stuff. And therefore, I would say for a very long period of time, the UK was gateway to Europe, right? Post-Brexit, I'm not 100% sure whether that is definitely the case. There are areas where the UK clearly has competitive advantage, right? Deep tech, AI, research, and so on and so forth. These are all areas where the sort of innovation cluster impact which the UK has is quite significant, and therefore you can still use it as the gateway to Europe or gateway to the world, right? But conversely, in the last, let's say, 5 years, we've gone and done 3 large acquisitions, all of them outside the UK.
Yeah.
So, it's a mixed bag.
And as you mentioned AI, a follow-up question to you. AI clearly is changing the economics of services, the services industry. So does that affect the UK-India corridor? Does that corridor need to move from labor conversations to innovation conversations?
Yeah. So, I always sort of say that when you think about the tech industry, I think everybody sort of assumes that tech is one monolithic, industry in itself. Actually, the reality is that in tech, there is a new platform shift which happens every 10 to 15 years. And you can go back from the time of mainframe and you can sort of map it out, right? Internet, and then, mobile, and then, cloud and digital, and now AI, right? And all of us sort of assume that in 10 to 15 years, this trend has now got sort of completely populated into the real economy, and it's dead, and the new thing is taken over. Actually, that's not true. What's really happening is that you've got a huge amount of layers of penetration of these technologies happening in the enterprise, right? So just to give you an example, if e-commerce was an invention of the internet era, we are right now at globally $2 trillion in e-commerce. We're going to go to about $20 trillion by 2040, right? So all I'm saying is it's a multi-layered cake. Each one of those layers is continue to move, right? So when you think about technology and AI, I sort of frame it in the following way. In my mind, AI is going to be quite transformative. It's going to fundamentally reshape how intelligence gets used in the enterprise. And all of that is not going to happen at the speed at which Silicon Valley is assuming it is going to penetrate in the rest of the world, right? So, the simple way to think about it is that is it going to have an impact on the layers thus far created? Absolutely yes, including labor, including software, including all of those sort of aspects. But is it going to throw open a lot more opportunity as well? The answer to that is yes. So when you think about how the tech industry will shape itself, is going to essentially do what I'll call as defend and grow on what has already been service to the world, right? So defend it and continue to grow it. But actually the real thing is, do you have the guts and gumption to go and reimagine business in the age of AI, right? And then bring that to the market. And you have to play both angles. You have to, and I would say most technology firms have been doing it for a long time. So this muscle is decently developed. It's going to be obviously a lot more exciting and maybe a lot more risky as well.
The muscle is decently developed. I like that. One of the more interesting findings, Anuj, was London. London's share of the fastest growing Indian companies has dropped from over 50% to 38% this year. Money's moving to the Midlands, the North, to Wales. What's driving that? Would you say it's sticking?
I think, Mark, there's probably three things. Number one is, from a cost arbitrage point of view, it is cheaper to have labour in the Midlands, and I think that's one of the primary shifts there. Number two, I think, is the access to talent. I think Indian companies, particularly the technology companies, are finding that access to talent, good talent, is available in the regions rather than London, combined with obviously the cost issue. And I think the third thing is that the regions have actually done an extremely good job in promoting themselves to the states, particularly the states of each of India. So I think that combination of those three factors is what's driving that change from 50%, as you say, to 38% in this year's report. And we see that sort of trend progressing. I think London will still be the biggest, but it won't necessarily have that 50% market share that it had before.
Let's do a few quick fire questions as we're nearing the end, and I'm getting the wave of doom from Arti. What's one wrong assumption, Ashish, that Indian business leaders still bring to the UK? What's one wrong assumption, would you say?
Actually, I work with a lot of entrepreneurs, and I always say that when you come into the UK, you assume that it's very easy to go into a small business and sell to them, right? I've actually found the reverse true. I found it easier to go and hit from the top. If your proposition is brilliant enough, if you have enough guts and gumption and maybe a bit of foolishness, right? Hitting from the top and starting your business to grow from there is a lot easier than actually trying to crawl your way up. So if there are entrepreneurs here, I would certainly say, take out the mental limits which you have in your head, right? Start from the top, right? Yeah, proposition, the way you sort of communicate, all of that has to be top class, right? But if you have that guts, if you have the product, start from the top, you'll find a lot more success, much more easily than you would have ever imagined. I am a living proof of that.
Yeah, Anuj, one wrong assumption.
I think the assumption that it's sort of picking up or building on Ashish's point. I think the assumption that it's difficult to do business in the UK. It actually
it's just the basic assumption.
It's
hard to do business.
Yeah. It isn't, right. Yeah. So I think it's making sure.
What needs to change from a policy front to maybe alter that assumption?
Yeah, I think I could spend hours and hours telling you about some of the changes that the government needs to make.
Yes.
But I think one of the key fundamental issues which is current at the moment, and which affects the technology industry, is that the way that visa costs, for example, are treated, right? Ashish's company and many other technology companies rely a lot on inter-corporate transfers. And that is a big issue in terms of the HMRC stance towards...
You'd concur with that?
I do. Anuj was the guy who told me that there is a potential very large liability, right? And I think that's a problem which is going retrospectively into an area and sort of trying to extract some tax out of it. So in general, I'm very against retrospective taxation / figuring out something retrospectively. So definitely one of those areas which doesn't give you too much confidence.
Gentlemen, we squeezed a lot into 10 minutes. Thank you all. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The fun continues. Let's get Ben back on here to chat a bit about the energy transition. Ben.
Mark, thank you. Yes, Mark is right. The UK and India, of course, targeting between them close to £200 billion in clean energy investment within the next 10 years. The capital, the technology, the political intent are there. But what is still missing? So before we dig into the detail, I'm delighted to welcome Deepak Maheshwari, who's the Chief Executive of SR Oil UK, to lay out the scale of the challenge ahead. Deepak.
Thanks.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you too. Thanks, Glenn. Thank you very
Take a
much.
seat. Join me here. We've got 10 minutes or so, and as I said, Darren, I want you to sort of lay out the scale of the challenge for us, because I think it's fair to say you span both fossil fuels and green energy, don't you? Both in the UK and the Indian market, so really well placed to talk to us about that. Where is the delivery gap right now, and what is causing that issue?
I think one is you have to look at both the countries very differently, because the agenda of decarbonization or of the growth of the energy sector is very different for both the countries, primarily because of the maturity of the development cycle in the countries. Now, if you were to look at the UK, which is a very mature and developed economy, what they would want to do in the overall decarbonization initiatives and within the energy sector is likely to be very different than what India would like to do, because India is still in a very growth sector and there is momentum. The headwinds for growth are pretty significant. The timelines and the targets for both the countries are different, whether it's 2030, 2035, or it's 2050. Plus, the energy policy framework really needs to come from what access do you have? What is the available in natural resources which are available for you? So, for instance, the policies around in India can be based significantly on solar power, but it would be foolish for me to expect the same thing in the UK. So once you consider all of that, the UK would primarily be focusing on wind and renewable energy. It's also focusing on nuclear SMRs, plus it's focusing on carbon capture, it's focusing on hydrogen, whereas the policy frame, and to a certain extent and limited, also on transmission. But in India, when you were to look at it, you will be focused significantly on solar and wind. You would still continue to have a certain element of fossil fuel, but there is a significantly large investment which will also take place in transmission and distribution, because you still need to make power and energy available to everybody. But within that, we are in SR, we are in a very unique position because we can develop what is called as the future of the refinery. And I'm very, very happy to talk about that, if that is of interest to people.
Exactly. Because I suppose that's a challenge, isn't it? You would argue that the UK has maybe closed too many refineries and then finds itself very vulnerable. India trying not to make the same mistake. Explain to me the importance of it and maybe where the errors were made up to now.
The energy business, of course, as we all know, is open to the risks and rewards which come not only from what is happening within the country, but also globally. The UK for the last few years has also been influenced by significant amount of inflation, which has led to cost growth. And there was a policy framework within the country which was not very abundantly made clear, but decarbonization in the UK was leading to deindustrialization. And it wasn't something that most people thought about, because the molecule could always move from anywhere in the world to the UK. So you could always import from Russia, you could always import from the Middle East. But post-COVID and post-Russia, Ukraine, and now more recently with what has happened in the Strait of Hormuz, everybody has realized that decarbonization, though important, what is also significantly important is energy security.
But can those two ever go hand in hand?
The two can go hand in hand. I think you can achieve multiple objectives, but because there is another objective which you would need to have is industrialization. And because industrialization and the governments out here in the UK have realized with the large demise in the petrochemicals business and the two refineries that it has led to significant job losses. And hence the thought process is obviously there now that refining per se has become a pretty central sector for focus and is critical infrastructure, both from an energy security perspective as well as from a job creation perspective. So we have around 1,000 employees and we have around 4,000 contractors. So we are a very large sized business which provides a lot of employment, and similar would have been the two other refineries which have closed, and they have significant impact in the local communities when these businesses go down. So I think the realization is very much there that these businesses have to be supported, these businesses have to grow, but in order for them to sustain over a period of time, the forms need to change, and you need to decarbonize along with the opportunity to be in that sector.
And And is it your assessment the UK is paying enough attention to the strategic value of those refineries? Has it learned from its
It's changed
mistakes?
a lot. I would say I've been with this business for 5 years, and I wouldn't say that in the first 3 years the response would have been the same from the government.
Yeah.
But things have really changed over the last couple of years.
And is that purely geopolitical? given what's
I
happening?
think it's a response.
Yeah.
And I think it's a response to geopolitical events when one has realized that it is important to have energy security. That is a response, but it's also something which is in the time. And political uncertainty has only increased over the last 3 or 4 years. So I think the country is in the right direction to have energy security as one of the principal tenets. And of course, along with that, you have decarbonization as an important part.
So you said the two
because decarbonization in the earlier form was not really, it was only decarbonization in the UK.
Yes.
But you were still getting the molecules from somewhere else. So you were just offshoring carbon. It wasn't really decarbonization, right? From an Earth perspective, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. And I wonder, I mean, you said the two can go hand in hand. So how do you make sure that, you know, those refineries are competitive, they are economically contributing to jobs and value, whilst also still having an eye on that decarbonisation target?
So policy frameworks have an important place to play in all of this. And decarbonisation typically will require significant amount of investments. And so a certain amount of subsidy and policy framework requirement is there for most of the businesses, because what you are doing is you are spending incremental capital, which is not really increasing your profitability beyond a point. So there has to be a certain support mechanism, which the UK has a policy for, which Ruth can also talk about, I suppose, later on the low carbon hydrogen, which we are going to be using, plus the carbon capture processes which are there. So there are good policy frameworks which have been developed in the UK, which refineries like us can be a part of, and we are a part of that, and be able to increase the use of hydrogen, which reduces CO2, and we can do carbon capture projects, which again reduces the total carbon intensity of our manufacturing processes. So our plans basically take us down from 2 million tons of carbon emission every year to only 1 million tons in the next 5 years. So that really is the refinery of the future, where you use processes where you electrify as many motors as you can, as many electrical equipment, rotating equipments as you can. You use hydrogen to the extent that you can, and you do carbon capture where you can. So it's never going to become zero, but you can reduce it significantly. And the policy framework needs to support that, which the UK provides that opportunity right now.
We're going to talk about hydrogen in the next session as well, but just before we do that, give me your sense then of, you know, we hear these targets for 2030, 2035 for decarbonisation. Both the UK and India are both targeting those dates. What does a company like yours play in helping achieve those targets?
So we do a lot of work in the UK, but on the refining side, we don't do as much for SR in India, but we do have we have plans on the renewable side. So we have wind power and solar power plants. So that's a contribution in India to see as to how we can decarbonize the entire energy sector. The energy sector itself has a much wider definition now from the time that 30 years back we started our careers, where typically you would have had oil and gas as one sector and utilities as another sector. But now you have energy as one sector, and it does the full cover from all the way from the electron to the molecule, and how the electron is being generated, whether it's from fossil fuel or from renewable sources or from nuclear, and the molecule is all the way through. So that it's a much wider segment of energy as we define it now. And so in India, we are focused on renewable power, whereas here we are focused on decarbonizing the refinery. So there are different strategies for different countries, depending upon the assets that you have and the assets that you want to build.
Deepak, thank you. Our time is up, but ladies and gents, Deepak Maheshwari there, the Chief Executive of SRO UK. Thank you. Thanks, Deepak. So we're going to stay with that theme, and if I can invite Ruth Herbert to join me. She's Chief Business Development Officer and Managing Director at SR Energy Transition. Hi, Ruth. Phil Caldwell, who's the Chief Executive of Ceres Power, and also Mamta Verna, who's Additional Chief Secretary, Industries and Mines Department at the Government of Gujarat. welcome to you all. Hi, nice to see you. We're going to kick straight off from there because we heard there from Deepak. And Mamta, maybe I can start with you here because we heard it there very much from an energy operator sort of perspective. Talk to me about the government side of this. Big, bold ambition for decarbonisation. Is that what you're seeing on the ground? And does the ambition match the reality right now?
I would say yes. We do have a very ambitious target as far as green energy, renewable energy is concerned, because to fuel the India's industrial development growth, to also for the decarbonization of industries and also for exports, it's very important that we have more and more access to green power. And also industries, specifically not only the large industries, even the MSMEs, smaller industries also need to have green power or adopt green methods, so that they are more adopted, or they are more acceptable in the global market. And that is where we are also providing, as government, we are providing that kind of a framework so that more and more industries adopt that. So when I talk about the overall, if I have to talk about my state, which is quite advanced in terms of, it is not only an economic and industrial powerhouse, it is also a leader in terms of renewable energy. We are number one in the entire country as far as wind power is concerned, and number two as far as renewable solar energy is concerned. And almost today we stand with more than 75% of the installed power capacity comes from renewable energy, which is also quite huge. And the kind of emission and targets we have, that by 2030 we already have 50. We are going to have almost 100 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. We already have almost about 55 gigawatt till now. So this is our not only our ambition, we are also adding more and more renewable energy on the ground. We already have a very ambitious program as far as green hydrogen and green ammonia is concerned. So I don't see, the thing is that we have those ambitions, we are doing a lot of work also on ground, and despite having a lot of challenges on the ground, but we are fully geared up to achieve those targets.
I want to come on to, in a second, actually, some of the practical things you've done to make that happen. But Phil, let me bring you in here as well, because I think it's fair to say, the UK's got that strength in innovation, maybe India's got the strength in manufacturing. How do you join the dots, therefore, in this to make the best of both of those really powerful, skill sets?
Yeah, so at Ceres Power, we develop world-leading technology. And as Deepak just said, when you think about decarbonisation of energy, you're going all the way from electrons to molecules and molecules to electrons, because if you want to decarbonise society, you can electrify about 70–80% quite easily, but the last 20% is really hard to do. Mm-hmm. And the technology that we have at Ceres came out of Imperial, one of the world-leading technology universities, and is world-class. And we want this to be global. And the way that we look at this is it's complementary skill sets and ability. And we talked earlier about India as being, the China Plus strategy and the gateway to actually getting to scale. So the perfect combination for us is we license this technology to very high quality global manufacturers who can scale this, particularly in regions where you have demand signals, because that's really important for things like hydrogen and power generation. So for us, it's that combination of British technology combined with the manufacturing excellence and supply chain that we can get in regions like India. So we've already successfully licensed this technology to Korea, Taiwan, Japan, China, and India for us is the next logical place. And it's, the convergence now of decarbonisation of energy, it's not just about hydrogen, because it's actually about how do we decarbonise in the UK existing industries like petrochemicals, steel, ammonia, but actually it also takes us into future industries as well, like how do we power data centres and AI. Yeah. And our technology can run both ways, so we can go from renewable energy into hydrogen generation, or we can go from any fuel, hydrogen, natural gas, into power generation and do on-site power for things like data centers, which is obviously a big growth topic for for every nation, particularly obviously India and UK with its ambitions.
Yeah, and I'll ask you about that specifically. Actually, it's a really interesting area. Ruth, let me bring you in here as well. You know, we talk about some of the difficulties, some of the friction about getting these projects deployed on the ground. What are you seeing? What is the most difficult bit to get right? And is that something that can be changed by policy, or is it just something that you think, well, hang on, we'll just have to work around this?
I think political will is really important, and that leadership that you need when setting policy, but then also when trying to execute that policy with a real project. So I think the UK has been really strong at creating investable frameworks, the contracts for difference, which we first used for offshore wind and other renewables, and now we've adapted and are being used, for example, in the low carbon hydrogen agreement, which is what we are negotiating at the moment with the government. And I think those are really strong frameworks, banks understand them, but I still think obviously you need the political will to get a project to final investment decision. And I think one of the things that's been a bit of a challenge for the current carbon capture and storage programme, and we're part of that in the CCS-enabled hydrogen, is there has been a lot of political change, different secretaries of state, different prime ministers, and so, you know, trying to get a project to final investment decision in that environment, you know, you worry that you won't get there. But actually, we've been really impressed with the way that government has continued to move forward and prioritise the projects. And in actual fact, the change of administration actually led to confirmation of funding for that programme. So it was a really positive thing. But I think it's always something that, you know, we're going to be looking at in terms of let's make sure we get projects there. And that's almost my point, in so much as you have to factor that in as part of your discussions and debate in your plan. Absolutely, it comes up. And I think the sweet spot, and certainly they achieved it with offshore wind and other things, is to get to a point where the system sort of runs itself. You know, you have the arm's length bodies that say how much, you know, what do we need, and let's make sure that we compete and get the right amount of whatever power it is into the market, or whatever that we plan the networks to deliver that power to where it's needed, or fuels, or whatever it is. And that, in a way, you know, politicians can focus on setting that strategic direction, that long-term direction, reviewing that regularly to make sure that we're agile enough, but actually not necessarily taking the day-to-day decisions, you know, on how the policy is executed. So I think we got there with the technologies that have come down the cost curve, that people then start to see that, you know, they relax, and we start to sort of scale them up, and then the costs come down further. I think with some of the novel, they're called novel technologies, they've been around for decades, but haven't been put together at scale for energy transition purposes. They are still seen as something a bit different, a bit new, and so everybody involved is taking the time to, that first of a kind, trying to get that done. Having said that, we've got a repeatable, potentially repeatable investable framework that down the line you would hope brings costs down and reduces the political risk around these projects.
And that's a really interesting point. And maybe, Mamta, that's something you talk about, the framework that you've put in place to allow this stuff to be deployed at scale and to build on. What does that look like day to day? I mean, is that simply approving projects, reducing regulation, managing land, coordinating sort of licenses across departments? What does that look like on a day-to-day basis?
So, I think all this ambitious target requires a very robust framework for everyone to operate. So what is one of the important factors these days as far as the energy market is concerned is that we need to definitely work a lot on the transmission, expanding our transmission network. And expanding our transmission network so that more and more RE can be, you know, RE evacuation can help. So for that also we need a very good framework as far as land acquisition is concerned, faster approvals is concerned, coordination with different agencies are also concerned. So on all these things we are basically working on day-to-day basis so that we can...
So give me an idea, how many agencies are involved, for example, in land acquisition?
It depends on different projects in different areas. For example, if it is, if I'm talking about any mega industrial project, so there will be many, it may be related to the road department or the railways or the land, land department, or even the utilities shifting also. So all those things are very important for us. So it takes time, and at the same time, it requires very periodic coordination. And that is where, as government, we would like to have a very strong framework, and it needs to be continuously and consistently. We have to work on these things.
Yeah, I think, we're talking before about the kind of economic framework for project success, but when it comes to delivery of the projects on the ground and obviously the early stage of development, planning is so important. So, there have been strategic review of planning by the current government and the creation of NSIT, so National Strategic Interest Projects. I think the idea that you will actually say, well, here's an area where we want to do a lot of stuff in a short space of time, and we want to kind of ease those normal planning processes and allow people to go through accelerated processes and still obviously doing the right amount of consultation and the rest of it, but actually to kind of prioritize resources. Because you see in certain areas the resources of the regulators, who are consulted during the planning process, the resources of the planners. And if we've got these big ambitions and we want to have AI growth zones or large energy transition hubs like the one we're developing in Ellesmere Port, that takes a lot of resource from the public sector to enable that on the ground in the region. And we need to see those resources funded properly, or mechanisms for getting those resources in those bodies to be able to enable that investment.
Phil, I was taken with your example there of data centres, because it's quite clearly going to be one of the biggest power consumers. And at the moment, we just take it for granted that the power will be available. And I wonder whether we have to rethink that strategy, that these data centres are going to, rather than just relying on the grid, having to think about their own power sources. How often does that happen? How much pressure is it putting on the system, and where do you come in to help that?
Yeah, so what we're seeing is, look, if you take the UK, and I imagine India as well, we've actually got plenty of renewable energy, but actually getting it onshore, getting grid connections, etc., is taking a lot of time. Yeah. And the time to power now is critical, not just for data centers, but for business and economic growth in general. Yeah. So right now, if you're waiting for a conventional power generation like a gas turbine, that's 5 years. If you're waiting for SMRs, which was talked about, that's the next decade. If you're talking about grid infrastructure build out, that's 5 years plus. So what we're seeing now is interventions like the hyperscalers, who are all spending $500 billion each on AI infrastructure, and it's not just a question of have I got access to fiber, it's have I got access to power. That's the first thing in everybody. And then you get this tension between, can we afford decarbonisation versus economic growth, which I think is really unhealthy. You can have both. Yeah. And what we enable is behind the meter of on-site power generation, which is basically we can take natural gas as a transition fuel, we can take biogas, and we can take hydrogen and generate on-site power more efficiently than grid power. You can combine it with things like carbon capture hubs, and you have clean power generation as well. And it's interesting because when you talk about hydrogen and power generation, I think it's fair to say we've seen some headwinds on hydrogen. I think India is one of the shining lights where you've got a very clear policy for hydrogen. Yeah. But I think what we're seeing on the power generation side, so you've kind of got policy and political will to decarbonize. Yeah. When it comes to power generation, it's a totally different game. It's just business pull. And we're seeing huge amounts of investment going into all kinds of power generation now. The question is it's not just the access to power, is do I have the right to generate that power, and look at things like, environmental impact, water usage, all of those things come into play. Yeah. And using clean technologies like fuel cells, we have a peer in the US, Bloom Energy, that's just done a big deal with Oracle, and they cancelled the gas turbine order about 2 months ago because of concerns over water usage and impact on local electricity prices in favour of on-site power generation using fuel cells. And the good thing is the technology is reversible, so the same technology as it scales does power generation, but it also can do green hydrogen generation, and it can also work well with things like carbon capture and gas. So when we look at the energy transition, it's going to take all of these things together, I think, and there shouldn't be a conflict. It's a combination of all these technologies.
Yeah, I think I would just say, I think what you're going to see is multi-vector hubs. So, you know, we've got a CO2 pipeline connection already almost connected to our site, to Deepak's refinery site, going under the M56 as we speak. And, you know, that gives us a load of options, obviously to decarbonise the refinery, but also to do additional low carbon power in the future. We've also obviously got the hydrogen production plant, which is very close to final investment decision. That hydrogen is actually going to be used for the refinery, the first stage of hydrogen for the refinery to decarbonise, but also to create low carbon power. And again, the interest in that low carbon power behind the meter is very strong now from not just heavy industry, but also the AI sector, so it's data centres. It's a really, really interesting opportunity, I think, to somehow combine industrial decarbonisation and industrial, not just survival, but growth with bringing in new technology investments into regions outside of London, building on the strong industrial heritage in the northwest of England. We've got that opportunity close to the fibre to Ireland. So these are really exciting opportunities that are coming off the back of having that decarbonisation infrastructure already there, and then what other opportunities are there? And these will be ones that won't probably need the subsidy that industrial decarb has needed. So they're actually a win-win for the government and industry, which I think is really exciting.
I think that's really important because very often, particularly in the UK, you get this politicisation of decarbonisation as a cost.
Yeah.
And actually it's not. It's actually an enabler of some of these growth industries that we want. And it's the same, I think, in India. So it's a reframing. It's a huge business opportunity. And actually the amount of investment and money coming into that side of things is far in excess of the decarbonisation agenda. So riding both of these things is very important.
So I was just, in addition to what is being said here, whether as a state perspective, I think it's also very important because as a state, we are also inviting data centers to come there, or, you know, new age industries, or these hard to abate sectors where we want decarbonization to happen. So it's also important to have a proper planning as far as the power generation. At the same time, the grid stability is also very important because the more and more RE we are going to have, we need to have a better and a very stabilized mechanism to have the grid stability. For example, in our state, we know if we have to provide hyperscale data center, we have to also provide green power. And it can be done by even for industries to develop power, you know, to generate power. It's very important to have your land policies in place. You want to have your evacuation policies in place. You also would like to then give them stable and affordable power. Then only these hyperscale data centers can come. As a state, this is where we are focusing on, not only on the subsidies, fiscal incentives are not only being focused, but at the same time, these kind of the incentives which are not fiscal, but a very robust framework so that, you know, from where you will get power, from how you will be able to store it. Or, you know, you would definitely like to have some kind of a component of energy storage. You would like to have some kind of a threshold as far as how much energy has to be green. So all this, and it has to be done in a manner so that the data centers can come and then they can scale it to the optimum level.
Time is against us, but nice to talk to you all. Thank you. It's a really interesting way that we'll kick off our next session as well, because we're going to look in at the next generation of technology, where that's things like chips and critical minerals as well. So, Mamta, to Phil and to Ruth, thank you so much. Really good to have you with us today. Ladies and gents, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Should we say seated or in a stand? You're on it. Yes. Yeah. Let's go down. I can go on the ground. Thanks so much. Thanks, everyone. And so for the next panel, please welcome Arti. As I said, she's looking at tech, chips, critical minerals. Arti, it's all yours.
Thank you, Ben. Firstly, it is the last panel. I know all of you have been really patient. You've been a fantastic audience. Just the last 20 minutes to go, so hang in there. It's a hot, sunny day today outside, I know, and I'm sure you're waiting to get a cold drink. But as Ben was mentioning, we are going to be talking about critical technology, who controls the powers that decide the computing of tomorrow. So please may I invite Alejandro Sinhoff, Global Head of Marketing, Communications and Strategic Alliances and Partnership at L&T, Jean-Louis Akant, who's the President of the Global Development Network, Kavita Gupta, Founder and General Partner, Delta Blockchain Funds, and Dr. Kirill Pishin, who is the Managing Partner of Quantum. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat.
Where do you want us to sit? Do you have an order you want to send? You want me? So then I guess you go first, right?
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time, for being here. You know, we're talking about who controls power in many ways. And just a couple of weeks ago, we've had the US say that it is us, actually, because we're going to deny access to the entire world to, Mythos and Fable 5. Would you say then that we are now in the age of AI nationalism? And the answer, very simply, to who controls power is the United States of America as of now?
That's a loaded question, because it has a little bit of both truths and inaccuracies there. So yes, definitely we're entering into an era of AI nationalism. No, compute is not currently under control of just one single country.
Yeah. No, just hold it up a bit. Yeah.
Sure. That said, in order for identifying who's going to control, and I dislike that word very much, but who is going to have a say on what kind of compute is being there or not, will be that country or countries which actually enable the frameworks or the ecosystems that allow the companies to develop said technology, whatever that may be. Compute is a very generic word. We could be talking about AI applications, AI models, which has been in the news for the last years, and everybody's talking about that. But there is a lot behind that as well. Mm-hmm. You have a lot in infrastructure, you have a lot in energy, not only in the capacity of creating energy, but even energy consumption and efficiency. Just by creating chips that could make energy 10, 15, 20% more efficient would have a huge impact in India, for example, which has a lot of generation behind it. So there is a lot of potential markets and developments there. Mm. This is not a one-shot, we won the race. It's a very long race, and we just started. So there is potential for everyone there.
But America is in lead position right now.
America is currently in lead position. That is true. For the last decades, a couple of countries have been investing and developing a lot of technologies, and others have not. Now we have identified and found out that those technologies which we thought were just commodities have become strategic in some way. And now it's a wake-up call for many countries to say, okay, what are we going to do about it?
Kavita, you're based in San Francisco, where a lot of this is unfolding. What's the mood like there right now? From that vantage position, how are you seeing this race to control critical technology?
I think going back to pieces of what we just talked about, the LLM piece, like who has the best trained model, I think US and China are very, very close. We cannot write off China from this conversation, because I feel like US is really good at marketing. So what we are hearing, 80% of it is right. And what we are hearing from China, that's under. Only 30% of it is what we are hearing. And there is way more, 3x more, what we don't even know. So when it comes to model, I think both of them are very, very ahead of rest of the world. Then we come to the second layer. The second layer is the compute layer. On the compute layer also, I feel like we are underestimating China, especially the new technology which US has not even explored, which is underwater cooling technology. US is looking at space for that technology with with the maximum energy efficiency, but the cost of that is very high and nobody has proven it. But that's where they are spending their time and money on, like Eric Schmidt, who has now moved to Relativity as a CEO and doing it. China has gone a completely opposite side, and they are doing underwater with zero cost, or very little cost comparatively, like fraction of it. And I think in that case, if that technology they are ready to share, that is what's going to be the world technology, especially if I talk about India and a lot of coastal areas. Then I come to the third layer of it, which is the storage piece of it. And I think that's going to be a very, very nationalistic conversation on the storage side. I am already hearing, especially from Germany, even the computation pieces for their national centers to be based out of Germany itself. But I think the technology is very far. That's how I see it. So US, everywhere in US, when you talk to the computation people in Anthropic or NVIDIA or AMD, they are actually more looking towards China.
Well, you're speaking of China. Jean-Louis, if I can take this to you, you work with the Global South on development policies. We were speaking earlier in the pre-lunch sessions about financial nationalism. Now we've also seen countries controlling technology. China also blocked access to critical minerals. What does this mean for the development of the Global South and for equitable distribution of resources?
So, I mean, there's various ways in which you can see this, but I'd start by just making two remarks. So the first one is blocking access to AI is not necessarily something which, I mean, you can be shooting yourself in the foot. You know, if you think of service sector in Bangalore, which makes a lot of use of AI, and then you deny them access to this is going to hurt US companies. I'm not American, by the way, I'm Canadian, okay? I hasten to add that. Born in the Cameroon. But because that's the first point I'd make, okay? So it's not obvious that you could be shooting yourself in the foot. The second point that I'd make is, with respect to the Global South, and again, talking about bottlenecks, I think, with all due respect, that I'm an economist, I'm a recovering academic, that's the way I like to put it. We've underestimated, so the current estimate, the current or most respected estimate for the impact of AI on GDP, well, on total factor productivity, but let's just say GDP, is by a Nobel Prize-winning economist, Daron Acemoglu, from MIT, 0.5% of GDP over 10 years, okay? That's sort of the most widely acknowledged estimate in. With all due respect, I mean, we have a new model out, a new paper out, where the number we get is 29%. And the reason I'll tell you that it's 29%, and I think that's closer to the truth, is Richard Feynman. Okay? You remember who Richard Feynman was? There are probably a few people here who are old enough to remember this. Do you remember the shuttle Challenger disaster?
Yes.
What made the the Challenger shuttle explode? Do you remember what it was? O-rings, thank you. Okay. So there's a whole literature in economics which goes back 20 years where you look at O-ring technology. And it basically says if one thing fails, everything fails. Okay? And that's one way in which you can characterize tech. And simply by replacing sort of the standard assumptions that economists and my colleagues have been making by that kind of thing, basically what you get is you get good news and you get bad news. The good news you get is that you can get much stronger effects of AI adoption. And even when you endogenize AI adoption on GDP, much larger than the book. But you can also get a growing digital divide because these mechanisms, these O-ring mechanisms in technology are essentially self-reinforcing. So that's there's good news, but there's bad news because what it means is the digital divide between the Global South and the Global North can be heightened by AI. And it may actually slow down convergence between the Global South and the Global North.
Dr. Till, you bring the quantum perspective to this. And from where you're sitting, do you see that race perhaps running on a parallel track with what we're seeing happen with AI? Do you think that will go any differently?
Yeah, absolutely. So we only do quantum. I will refrain from comments on AI.
Sure.
But on quantum, I think it's taken even to a larger degree that now quantum is being part of the national security program in the US. It's it's been put top of the federal R&D spend in the US. EU, of course, is going to issue their own Quantum Act this year, and also they are focusing on sovereignty and on the national security. UK trying to become the leader in the world by being the first country in the world to use quantum computers at scale. And of course, China. And China outspent by far everyone else. So to put it in perspective, US and UK may be spending about 7-8 billion on quantum to date, cumulatively. China has spent 15. And in China, it is the part of the 5-year plan. So it's absolutely their top priority. It's put across different industries, and it's taken at a national level.
Well, China clearly here is a recurring theme. Alejandro, for somebody like L&T that is building India's semiconductor stack and just emerged as such a critical aspect for India as its national policy, how do you design around that dependency that does exist currently, whether it is China or America?
Well, the first thing is that we need to accept that China, in this case, when it comes to, for example, rare earths, they have been working decades on said capabilities. There is no way around it. It's to accept a reality, period. At that moment in time, then you need to start looking at first alternatives, and different kind of supply channels. And then you need to build on long-term partnerships to secure that supply. And then after that, you need to start working on building up capabilities behind it. That's not going to be fast. It's not going to be perfect at the beginning, but that's the only way forward at this moment in time. It does not mean yet you will not be doing business with China or the US. Most certainly you will. But then again, you need to make sure that you're going to still have a second option when those negotiations do not go as forward as you would look like.
And Jill, since obviously we've seen China and America in control over here, what is the leverage then that countries like India or even perhaps the UK have, but largely the global south in this dependency?
Okay, let me be extremely brutal here. So I run an organization whose remit is policy-relevant research in the global south. Let me just take that as an example, a very specific example. In a previous life, I was an academic. I've had 75 PhD students, okay? So I know something about research. If you look at what PhD students are doing now in economics, and you compare that from 2 years ago, and you look at that in, I used to teach in Geneva, okay, or you look at that in the US or Europe in general, Claude Code, right? Okay? Now, if you're in Ouagadougou or in a third-tier city in India, do you have access to that? So at the sort of at the nano level of just research in the global south, if India doesn't step up, so let me put it this way, if India doesn't step up and actually become the voice of the global south in terms of access to these technologies, not just for researchers, but for other people as well, I see it from the research standpoint, who else is going to do this? This should be Indian soft power. I mean, at GDN, we have 2 programs, one on DPI, and that's the Bangalore Mafia, right? And we have another, and it's funded by Nandan, and we have another program on OTNs, okay, the ONDC and Namayatri and things like that, and that's funded by Gates. But India has to step up here, right? This is India's soft power, and this is a perfect opportunity for India to push this soft power in the global south.
Kavita, what can India do?
Push back on it?
Please do.
Unfortunately, I feel India has lost that opportunity. And it lost its opportunity 2 years back. I'm not even sure what we are talking about now. There's not even a single LLM model which has come out of India, which is original from India. The race for this, India is now doing data centers, if I understand it correctly, which is also run by a couple of monopolized family offices, and which is not a business which is available. If you have a real estate company, you can be a data center in India. There's no technology associated with it. You are not producing your own chips. Or even if you are, which is basically for a third party, which is Chinese chips, which are not produced in India, but you can take them for less efficiency, but less energy resources too. So I'm not able to understand what is the opportunity we are talking about. Now we can go to consumer side, and on the consumer side of it, we can say, yes, we can take the existing LLMs and just create a wrapper around it and provide it, but then you still have to pay a dollar amount for that core codes. And if you are anyways paying that dollar amount for core codes, there is no discount from the government or government policies around using data centers for storage or computation. The overall system becomes super expensive. Then you are ultimately, those wrappers cannot make the equal amount of money, which until and unless they are customized health insurance wrapper for the Indian ecosystem, or they are basically a movie wrapper for the Indian ecosystem, just taking a bunch of different things, then you are based for the Q&A sessions, whether it's for your homework, whether it's to ask which is your doctor nearby, for whatever local Q&A question, you are going to go back to Claude, Gemini, or ChatGPT, because they are anyways giving you discounted Indian rates for their program. So looking at how the consumption is happening in the country, a country which is known for its creativity, even on the consumer side, you are not seeing original models, even as a wrapper coming for an AI movie, So I don't want to be super, super negative about it, but from the infrastructure layer to computation to storage, even on the consumer layer, the original consumer products, I haven't seen, it hasn't crossed any of our stables so far.
Yes, please.
Yeah, if I may add as well. I used to be a semiconductors analyst, and so it's emphasizing on this point that it's really, really hard to catch up with the leaders. And for example, if you look at ASML, I used to cover the company 20 years ago. At that time, ASML had market share maybe 40%, and they had competitors like Nikon and Canon. And then ultimately, those disappeared. So ASML is now in lead-edge lithography is 100%. Likewise, TSMC used to have competitors. Now, pretty much for leading edge, it's the only one. And this is because when you have capital, so when you have size, you have capital, so it's kind of reiterating cycle. So in a way, it's too late. And in the similar vein, there was a report in November saying similar things, that UK has missed the AI race. So it was a report from Tony Blair Initiative and William Hague co-wrote it. But they had a point there that we may have missed the AI race, but quantum is like a green field. And UK today is the leader in Europe, at least, in terms of quantum startups. So instead of competing and trying to be kind of the followers in the areas where it's very hard to compete, it's better to divert and try to develop areas where it's a green field. It's an open fight. There are 7 or more different modalities in quantum going on. There's no applications. And of course, India, with its fantastic experience and skills in exactly these areas, could play the leading role in this next frontier of the technology. So, I mean, that would be my recommendation, not to try to replicate what is already exists and works very well, but actually try to find yourself a niche.
I see a disagreement coming here.
Can I just add?
Yeah, I saw Alejandro shake his head very vigorously, so I'll just let him come in and then come to you, Kavita. Yes.
Sorry, it's just to qualify a little bit. I do not believe that the race is over or it's gone and they have won and all that. I do believe, one, that when it comes to, if you want to talk AI, sure, the Geminis and the ChatGPTs and all those, they are really far ahead. They are closed models. And then you have hundreds of thousands of open source potential AI models, which can be developed, or hundreds more that can be developed. And those are fair game for India to work on. Sure, you will still use the Claudes and the Geminis and this and that until you have something else there. But I do not believe that we should simply say, no, race is over, do something else, accept what it is there.
I would say, I'm from India, I would never say race is over, but there was an opportunity window which is very clearly taken away. On the open source model, OpenClaw was a great opportunity, which is in billions of dollars have been sold and now is a closed model source. So now to have that amount of, even from the research side, to have not use of any of these models and to create your own. I mean, today's headlines was that yesterday Anthropic was literally trying to have government to come and say Alibaba is taking and now learning from all our models, please do something. And those are also closed models, even if they are whatever anticipated replicas. The thing which I wanted to mention about UK, there was a time when DeepMind was the first one and the only one who was using both AI and quantum, and they actually solved one of the biggest chemical biological problems on protein, for which Demis got the Nobel Prize, right? And that was the time when everything was happening in UK, that whole thing was created here. Even though you could say there was a piece of Google, but they kept the technology out and did the whole mathematical calculations. I think 282 years faster sitting in UK. But even after doing that, the technology was never shared with any of the universities. That technology, nobody knows, even inside Google, what happened to that technology to go and take the next one. So if anybody knows, maybe that's UK's research out here.
So, I mean, decentralization is most definitely critical. We had the UK's AI Minister, Kanishka Narayan, earlier today, and he was talking in the larger context of what's happening in the world about what AI sovereignty really means for him. We are running out of time, so one final question to each of you, not specifically AI sovereignty, but let's say tech sovereignty. What does tech sovereignty mean to you, and how critical or not is decentralization? We'll start from here and go to the end.
Well, so there are two possible applications of technology. One has to do with commodity, day-to-day use. The other one has to do with potential strategic applications. Countries have found out in the last years, very recently, that what was previously a commodity is now very strategic for some areas. Mm-hmm. And they're trying to go run very fast and say, hold it, I want to get a piece of that or get control of it. It's still not yet clear how much of it some can get and others cannot. It's clear, sure. China and the USA have a big control over what they have developed in the last decades, but for the other countries. With respect to those technologies which are going to become commodity, I do not believe that there is going to be this sovereignty kind of concept behind it. I think those will be restricted specifically to those technologies will end up being strategic for the national security of the countries.
Mm-hmm. Jean-Louis?
As a development economist, technological progress is extremely important. You know, some people, the bon mot is that the Industrial Revolution was caused by the turnip, right? Because it increased agricultural productivity in the UK. So AI, and I think it will increase productivity by, my number is 29%, but that's not a sufficient condition. It's a necessary condition, is growth in total factor productivity. But then what is key, and we come back to Acemoglu again, the reason he got the Nobel Prize is because he said institutions are what matters. And economic institutions. We're not talking about democracy, okay? We're not talking about that. I mean, I hate to say that, but I mean, institutions. Can you sign an arm's length contract with someone and not have to get Joe Pesci to enforce it for you? That's sort of basically Acemoglu in a Hollywood, and that's what's key. And the countries that are going to manage to get their institutions right in terms of tech, AI included, they're going to benefit the most.
Kavita?
I would say Bharat Stack exists, right? So you can have the ownership of it. It works. It's doing UPI is doing really good. So I feel like if the government really wants to own something and wants to make it in a sense that it's safe, secure, and usage at the mass scale with the minimum cost attached to it, it is doable. For sure, it's doable. Now, if you are talking specifically about AI, I think the storage is very doable. Data centers are very doable. It all comes to LLM model, which I personally feel for most of the countries that's done.
I guess I would take the development economist point of view. So if you look at the winners of the AI race or technology race in general, that's typically countries who spend a larger share on R&D. So I think the only sovereign capability here is just to spend more on R&D, because you are becoming that hub around which the ecosystem, both hardware and tech, develops.
Right, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. It's been an interesting day. We've spoken about capital frontiers. We're now speaking of tech frontiers. And I think that's a very appropriate way to be ending our day here today at IGF and UK India. We thank you so much for your time. And thank you all for staying here, for being part of this conversation. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Merck Corporation, a visionary force in global investments, headquartered at Central Park Towers DIFC Dubai. Leaders in corporate growth and impact investing, committed to shaping the future, empowering sustainable businesses, building value through strategic investments, acquisitions, and partnerships. Strategic alliances with market leaders. Strong foothold in global markets, long-term relationships built on trust. Driven by integrity, innovation, sustainability and excellence. Explore value-focused investment opportunities. Our social partners in UAE include Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Global Initiatives, UAE India Business Council, the Indian Social and Cultural Center in Abu Dhabi, IBPC Dubai, and India Club. Creating opportunities for those in need. Empowering the underprivileged. Safeguarding environment and ecosystem. Fostering positive social change. Merck, an impact-driven organization dedicated to shaping a brighter future.
The living bridge between India and the West Midlands isn't new. It has always been part of who we are, and the hands that help build our industries, and the families who made this region their home, and the cultures, faiths, food and festivals that shape everyday life from generation to generation. It is our goal to strengthen economic and cultural ties between India and the West Midlands, to deepen partnerships between universities, businesses and communities. Whether you want to visit, build, or grow in the West Midlands, it starts here.
It starts here.
It starts here.
The global economy is reshaping. Capital, innovation, and enterprise now follow growth, talent, and resilience. Businesses are rethinking where and how they expand. India is at the center of this global shift, the world's largest democracy, and on its way to becoming the third largest economy, a digital powerhouse, a trusted global partner where global businesses connect, grow, and innovate. And at the heart of this ambition is GIFT City, Gujarat International Finance Tech City, India's first operational international financial services center and smart city, strategically located in Gujarat, just 500 kilometers north of Mumbai. Spread across 886 acres, GIFT City integrates an international financial services center, IFSC, a special economic zone, and a domestic economic zone, all within a single master-planned, globally aligned business ecosystem, connected by high-speed highways, dedicated rail links, and proximity to major airports and ports. GIFT City links seamlessly to key global markets across Asia, Europe, and the Americas. GIFT City is fast becoming a preferred destination for global business. Today, more than 1,000 enterprises are operational, spanning banking, capital markets, funds, insurance, wealth management, and global treasury functions. Aircraft and ship leasing platforms operate alongside fintech and digital finance firms, global capability centers, and technology-led enterprises, serving markets across regions. Within GIFT City, businesses can operate in foreign currency, raise international capital, and serve global clients directly from India. A growing fund ecosystem, expanding institutional presence, and a time zone advantage that bridges Asia, Europe, and the Americas are positioning GIFT City as a natural gateway for global capital and services into India's growth story. At GIFT City, businesses benefit from a single window regulatory framework, competitive fiscal incentives and tax efficiencies, faster approvals and simplified compliance, lower operating costs than peer global hubs, world-class infrastructure with resilient power, smart mobility, and digital governance, and a walk-to-work, high-quality lifestyle designed to attract top global talent. GIFT City is where finance meets technology, where global ambition meets Indian scale, and where the next generation of international business is taking shape. GIFT City, India's international financial gateway.
As our energy transition, our people, our communities, society and industry are at the heart of what we do. We are proud to be helping the Northwest transform again, reducing carbon, igniting the economy and creating positive social change. This is more than a vision. It's a blueprint for decarbonisation all over the world, and the revolution is being delivered right now, here in the Northwest. EET. Redefining